DJ investigate, she gonna find the truth. She gonna crack the case here. It's not a lie when it's paperwork. She will expose the truth. Daily updates for you. Better subscribe like I knew you would. We gotta stand for what's right. We gotta do for the good, yeah. I don't know what y'all have heard. That surprise witness got the word. We don't believe in Scientology. I do not need your mind control on me. We don't need your conservatorships, no. We doing right, what's right for the kids.
Y'all cannot control me. I control my own mind. You could've controlled me then, still not in this lifetime. Can you send us down the pink angel from the heavens of truth? You don't want to debate with BJ. Studying law was what she do.
This is my original theme song by I Am Dex. Wait, I have another one. This is
Frankie
another original
Grande
song.
is clapping back at Bizarre Room.
Hold on, I'm almost done. I just need to share my links on Instagram. Do a remix to this one.
Welcome into my world. You're playing my game. Thought that you could come up and they're fitting off of my name. Talking out the side of your neck like you're insane. Cortisol levels to the roof. Inflame. Kids these days so shameless. Selling our real friends for a paycheck. Mama didn't teach them no home training. Wanna be me so bad, but they failing. Step to the plate though. I'll take a challenger. I ain't scared of no low life scavenger. I should warn you though, if you haven't heard, I ain't no Colleen, ukulele ballager. Shots been fired. Wanna tell that? Say it to my face though. Now behind my back. Won't be long till you share it in a group chat. And when I call you up, you're gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. Fast ego, how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going. Give you something you can talk about. Throwing all the good vibes out the window. Somebody come hold my cup, please. A squirrel is acting up. Seriously though, do you think it's a medical condition? Maybe it's demons, I really don't know. Acting up, they ain't right.
Oh my god, that was so fun. Okay. Anyway. Hello, hi. Hello, hi, welcome. Wow. I, again, am an hour later than I usually like to start. I had so much on my plate, so much on my desk, so much on my mind, so much on my web, on the map. I'm just closing out some of the 1,416 5011 tabs I have open, if you don't mind. Whew, Lord, I have so many tabs open. All right, sorry. While I collect my thoughts, I just didn't want to come on here any more later. Double superlative there. Shout out to Tough Stino. That's my cousin, and I just found out my brother also. The Ancestry 23andMe results have come in, and that's my brother right there. I'm joking. I didn't submit my DNA to that. Okay. So, yesterday's video went kind of a little bit crazy. And all of that. So, hello, hi. I know there's some new people in the chat. There's some new people here. This is, just so y'all know, this is my third channel. Well, I mean, I don't know how many I have at this point, but this is my third, like, you know, kind of channel. I have one that I do documentary style videos, and I have another one where I do kind of more like edited a little bit, somewhat, but more like kind of like videos like this, talking head, commentary, opinion, but it's just not live streams. I think probably most of my subscribers on this channel since I started this live show have been from those communities. And so I think recently I did get a little influx of like brick by brick. Hello, brick by brick. So I feel like so much of the stuff we talk about like throughout this case, and we have talked about, I've only been covering it for what, a week. I'm not in any way like an expert on this case. The more I look, you know, 15 more doors open, and I'm not even exactly sure what to even focus on at this point. So that was kind of like one of the reasons I'm late this morning. It's like so many things that we end up talking about, it relates back to something else I've talked about on one of my other channels or something like that. And I realize I keep making references to like my own story and my own thing. And I like to provide the reasons why I cover things when I start covering them. In this world, in this day and age, I think it's completely and perfectly reasonable for people to wonder what somebody's motives are for covering something. You know, we on the internet could presumably, you know, be covering anything, just like y'all could be watching anything. So why am I covering this? I'll give you the short version. I don't really feel like getting into the long version because I really want to get into this RICO. I really want to get into this actual legitimate RICO lawsuit I found. But I think I just want to say this one time and just have it be done, and then we'll be done. As there's new people here in my audience, shout out, hi, hello. Let's see. So I am a lawyer, but I do not practice law. I did practice law, but I stopped practicing law, and we'll get to why that is in a moment. But I graduated from the University of Pennsylvania Law School. That is not Penn State. That is the other one, but shout out to Penn State too. University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. That's where I went to law school, graduated in 2020. So, when I graduated law school was 2020. So it's like the pandemic, right? Everything, I'm trying to give y'all the short version. There's like lore videos all over, but from me mostly. Anyway, there's a pandemic, whatever. The bar exam I was supposed to take, it gets pushed off. And in the meantime, like everyone else, I start scrolling. I think I started looking at TikTok for the first time ever. And there was people on there with a whole bunch of conspiracy theories about Britney Spears, saying she was being held against her will and being held hostage or something. And she was like basically being held as a slave. And I'm like, okay, that's literally not possible. So I thought, you know, with my spare time at the time, I would look into the legal documents of the Britney Spears conservatorship. This is back in 2020, or perhaps 2021. Actually, I think it was 2021. I don't know. That whole time frame is really a blur. I'm pretty sure it was July 2020, but that's neither here nor there. I start looking into the case. I go into the court records, and lo and behold, y'all, it was really one of the most stunning moments of my whole life, for real, when I saw that the foundation upon which Britney Spears' conservatorship was based, which was why they let her get into a conservatorship in the first place and why a judge ordered it, was because they had claimed she was 26 years old. They claimed she had dementia. And then they didn't even bother to get a doctor who would diagnose her with dementia, not even a doctor on the payroll. They just said, oh, we'll give proof of this dementia at the hearing. The hearing was in 2008 in February, y'all. It was 2020, and the proof appears to have never been provided to the court that Britney Spears had dementia. And so I wasn't even like a big Britney Spears fan like that. Of course, like I'd seen her and stuff in TV, movies, and music videos and whatever, but I never went to concerts. I wasn't buying her CDs or anything like that at the time that she was really big and famous. And so I just started making videos on TikTok. 1 minute long was the limit at the time. And I was trying to explain the legal documents to Britney Spears, like fans, you know, the ones that like cared, like loved her and stuff like that. And it was like actually very inspiring because I saw these, I would say young kids. They were probably, you know, late teens, early 20s making TikToks, like really worried about Britney, really trying to understand stuff. And I just thought if I could just get the legal understanding of the law to these, you know, kids, to me they were kids, then that would help them. And it's sweet. And I thought it was nice that they cared so much about this cause, right? So one thing leads to the next, and I start making these videos. They kind of evolve, longer videos, whatever. And then I end up becoming, long story short, I end up becoming kind of like a leader in the Free Britney movement because I had this legal background and knowledge and stuff like that. Well, all the while I have like an actual career going on, getting ready to go start working at a law firm and then go work at this law firm. My law school now today that I went to is ranked number 4 in the United States. So I'm not like a stupid idiot. I know that, like, maybe I am, who knows, but at least I'm good at getting into school and, making, good grades on tests or whatever. Okay. So I get into this, Ivy League law school. I go to law school. I get out of law school. I'm waiting for it to take the bar exam. I get kind of pulled into the Free Britney movement, and then I start working. Once I start working at this law firm, it's a very prestigious law firm in New York, in Manhattan. I was working from home because, again, it was still the pandemic and all that. We were working from home. And Britney Spears' business manager, who's still a major like Hollywood business manager right now, music industry, all that, she hired my law firm that I was working at, like a really huge law firm. And it was just a coincidence, she said. I don't like this piece of hair. She said it was just a coincidence. And I obviously don't believe that. But anyway, so then she starts making pretty much like demands on my boss to like make me stop making videos about her or whatever. And pretty much I said no. Like, I thought about it. It was hard. And for me, it was like, I don't know, I would say even like especially hard, but I think that decision would be hard for anybody because my background and where I come from. I am the first person in my whole family to go to college, which was Louisiana State University, LSU Go Tigers. And I, wanted to go to law school and become a lawyer to like help my people, like from where I come from and stuff like that, And I remember growing up, not having enough. I was in Ivy League law school on food stamps at one point. Like, so, I have this kind of like complicated, not complicated, but like sort of two worlds type of background. I know a lot of people identify with that. So anyway, when it came time to like choose like my law career over the right thing, in my opinion, my rights and speaking what I know to be true or feel to be true, if I can't even use this legal degree that I worked my whole life for to help people that I want to help with my free time off the clock, then I don't want to be in this profession. And so that kind of like that experience kind of it transformed me. I'm not going to say radicalized, but I mean, I don't think it would be necessarily inaccurate to say that that's what it felt like at the time. Like this big, huge system that I had invested a lot of my time and my money and my life into, it kind of betrayed me in a way. It's like this big corporate betrayal. And I felt like because it was like lawyers and the law, I felt like they were supposed to be wanting to tell the truth, but it was like, no, it was more important. It seems to me, to them, it was more important that they make money and keep the powerful people happy. And I just wanted absolutely no part of that. So I'm like, whatever, I've been poor before, I'll be poor again. So I'm just giving a little bit of background because like I know there's new people, and then I can just get this out of the way and then people can know. Thank you for your patience. We're getting to the RICO very shortly. Okay. So anyway, the Free Britney movement is successful. Britney gets out of the conservatorship. I had now quit that job, but I kept my law license in case I wanted to practice or represent clients or, whatever. I just kept the license and I kept going to the classes. And then somebody tells me in my comments section, did you know Bam Margera, Bam Margera from Jackass, did you know Bam Margera is in a conservatorship? And remember, I just came off the heels of the Free Britney movement, so these conservatorships have now become a little bit of my like interest point. And so I looked into it. Bam Margera from Jackass was actually indeed and in fact in a conservatorship at that time, or a guardianship. They're the same thing. Some states, they do differ, but in general, a conservatorship and a guardianship are the same thing because it's an arrangement where it's legal to take someone's rights away and then basically reassign the rights to someone else. And this is rights to like enter contracts. This is rights to have a baby, what medicines you take. I mean, it can get really extreme. So I look into it. Bam Margera doesn't have his phone. He doesn't have access to talk to people on the phone. He's in a rehab or something, last I heard. And then, again, same thing. I didn't watch Jackass as a kid. It was like a little bit like, I wasn't the target audience. I was more like the Lizzie McGuire target audience. But I knew who he was, kind of like Brittany. Like I had seen him around and on TV, MTV, whatever. So I look up in the news. The last thing anybody's heard from Bam Margera was like, I don't know, September 2021 at the time. You know, that time I found out about it was February 2022. So I'm looking, what's the last thing that's been reported about Bam Margera? This is back in 2022, now 4 years ago. And the last thing that was reported was that he had been in this altercation at a hotel in Florida. And he was drunk and on drugs or something, and they had to take him to a facility. And I'm like, oh man, on the heels of this Free Britney thing, like it just, all these patterns already are, maybe I'm biased, right? So I start looking into it. I request police body camera footage. I look into the newspapers. I look into everything. I get into the court documents. I end up finding out he is in a conservatorship, and his conservator is a woman by the name of Lima Takali Yevremovich. I'm going to give you the very short version here. But Lima Takali Yevremovich isn't only Bam Margera's conservator / guardian, but she's also trying to get him in another guardianship in another state. And she's a tech entrepreneur. She was a tech entrepreneur with this virtual reality thing, like company that uses virtual reality to treat patients with addiction and schizophrenia or something. It was very interesting to me that she was his guardian and this tech entrepreneur. Then I start looking into her. I can't find any evidence that she actually ever even graduated from a university, much less a medical college or anything like that. The more I look, the weirder it gets. And I've probably made who knows how many videos on that. Fast forward to several years later, Bam Margera ends up getting out of the situation he was in. And he ends up saying that everything I was saying was right. He was held against his will. He was not allowed to, do things he should have been legally allowed to do. Even when he wasn't in the conservatorship or / guardianship, they were calling the police and getting the police to pick Bam Margera up at hotels and saying he's crazy, he's gonna jump off the roof. His mom was in on it. I got all this body camera footage, and as I was watching it and as I was going through the story, I felt that familiar feeling again. Like, these are the freaking cops. These mental health laws are supposed to be put into place to help people. They're supposed to be put into place so that somebody that needs medical treatment doesn't actually have to go to jail or something like that. But like, the more I looked into it, the more I realized those laws can also be used in really sinister and insidious ways to circumvent respecting civil and constitutional rights. So if you just say something is medical, then you can just seal the whole courtroom, or, say it needs to be medical because it's private or whatever. And it's like the cops are the ones who are siding with the bad guys. And I watched, I think it was Sheldon Norcross video. He's one of the Reckless Ben crew. And he was even saying something similar, like, it's kind of disheartening because, I'm paraphrasing here, it's like, you call the cops and you think the cops are going to show up and help the people on the right side, the good guy. That's supposed to be the good guys. You see something go to court and you think that the judge or the law firms or the lawyers are going to worry about truth. It's like, they don't. And it's kind of like a coming of age, like, I don't know, in a weird way, it's like I'm not going to say a trauma. I mean, that's a bit dramatic, but it kind of is like world shattering or whatever. So anyway, I end up getting sued there too with the whole Bam Margera's guardian situation. She sued me too for defamation. And in that process, I was absolutely abused with the legal system, in my opinion. They were filing stuff all over the country, multiple jurisdictions. When one lawsuit, I would win one of them, they would go in another jurisdiction. Now I got to get another lawyer in another jurisdiction. And it's like, I don't have money like that. I quit the lawyer job. Like, AdSense is my only income. Sometimes I'll have a little merch drop, but like, I don't take sponsors. I feel very weird about trying to sell AI and subscription crap and stuff I know is poisonous or whatever. Like, I just feel weird to try to shill that stuff like to y'all. So my GoFundMe was attacked. I was silenced for 3 months during that because the person submitted a restraining order request, a temporary restraining order request to a judge in California, which is across the country from where I live in New Jersey. I'm originally from Louisiana, by the way. So I moved to go to law school. Or that's how I ended up in Philadelphia. But anyway, I digress. So she would tell the judge in California all this stuff that was lies. that I was doxing her, that I was harassing her, that I was stalking her, that I was directing other people to stalk her. And all of this was not only untrue, it was provably untrue. Because she attached stuff in there from like certain people who she would be like, oh, this person, BJ directed this person, let's call her Jane Doe, to go to the apartment building of Lima Yevrimovitch's sister. No, I did not. And I was able to actually come up with, screenshot evidence to show that I actually told that exact girl, do not go to that apartment, because she was posting it on Instagram. And this, I believe, was all like a big setup. And I think the setup was run in part by a huge PR company. Or not a huge, but a powerful one that has a lot of control over what's being said on Reddit forums and things like this. Is just opinions. I don't know for sure. But it was kind of like going through this process. I realized when I looked at those papers, the first temporary restraining order that she tried to get, and that ended up being a SLAPP suit, a strategic litigation against public participation suit, ended up being a lawsuit that she has to pay tens of thousands, I think $80-something thousand in attorney's fees, like $87,000 she now owes to my lawyers and attorney's fees and costs, which is nowhere near what the lawsuit cost for me to fight, by the way. I had to set up a GoFundMe. People donated to it, thank God, and thank y'all who donated. And so I realized, like, okay, so like that the first temporary restraining order she got against me, which was very similar to the one that Reckless Ben is in right now, it didn't allow me to speak at all until we actually got to court and went to a hearing. And so when we got to court and went to the hearing, then the judge did lift the, I was allowed to talk about it then. And then I had also won the anti-SLAPP motion and her lawsuit got dismissed and every restraining order got struck. And it was like never should have been, because she had put a bunch of lies in there that she'd provided no evidence for. And I was able to provide evidence to defend myself. But the restraining order battle, which was like a large part of this whole thing, probably the biggest part, with her, it started after we had already been litigating in federal court over a defamation lawsuit for a year. It was right as that lawsuit was getting dismissed for the first time, but she kept bringing it back. It's just been like 4 years of just hell. And it's all because of the things that I was exposing about her and her company and her, I believe, conflicts of interest and her relationship with Bam and his relationship with people and lawsuits and timelines and body cam. And she didn't like it. She didn't like that I had said she lied about how the girl that was in her care died, a 25-year-old. I told you I was giving y'all the short version. But she didn't like it that I was pointing to public records and saying this isn't right. And in the same way that like Ben is now being, criticized supposedly by some people for his methods and his ways, most of what I've seen Ben doing, I believe strongly, is in the public interest and falls within his rights. His First Amendment right to freedom of speech and his First Amendment right to the freedom of the press, and also our First Amendment right to freedom of the press. Whether he's stalked or, harassed or whatever, that'll be sorted out in court. But when I saw the Reckless Ben story, there's many parts of it. There's the Brian Mansell part, the Legos, he needs to be made whole. There's the Crystal Gorman part. She has her own lawsuit. There's, against the BRICKS MINIFIGS people. There's the Reckless Ben versus the Bam versus Reckless Ben aspect. Then there's the Ben videos, and then there's the Reckless, then there's the criminal cases, right? So there's all these different aspects of the case, and I'm interested in all of them. But what really draws me to this case and makes me feel, almost compelled to cover this case in some capacity in a public way is because it feels similar to the situation that I have been put through when I also was trying to expose what I thought to be wrongdoing. And people would criticize me in a similar way. Why do you put this edit over this? Why do you put this sound over this? You didn't, you didn't say this thing or that thing. And it's like, maybe y'all would choose to expose people in a different way, but isn't that the beauty of it? Like that it's the First Amendment. I mean, in the end, like no one was physically harmed. They could have been and all that. I'm not trying to say that like I full sail endorse everything that anybody does, including Reckless Ben, but no one was harmed. And I think that's some important information that needs to get out, got out to the public. And I am glad that I heard about it. So whether the methods were right or wrong, I guess that can be sorted out in court. But the fact of the matter is right now, Reckless Ben can't even speak to defend himself. They have Ammon McNeff and all these other ones going on interviews here and there and everywhere now saying their side. The PR campaign on Reddit seems to be in full force, or full swing. But he can't even speak. And then you have Sheldon and others that were there, they're saying they're scared they're not going to be able to even speak soon. And so when I was gagged unconstitutionally, illegally, because someone lied in a temporary restraining order, and I'm not saying BRICKS MINIFIGS lied in the temporary restraining order. Quite frankly, I don't know. We're going to have to see what happens in court. That's not my purpose. What I'm saying is when I was gagged, like Ben currently is, there were a few other content creators, YouTubers, people on, Instagram and elsewhere who were still doing their best and doing their, contribution in their way to get my story out and to kind of carry the torch when I couldn't. And it's really awful. It's like all of a sudden they say all of these horrible, horrible things about you. They put it out in the public and it's making headlines or it's making its way through the, law.com or whatever. And you legally can't even speak. And it's like you're reading all this stuff about yourself and it's not true, but it's like people don't know you, people don't know your character. It's like it made me realize people can just freaking straight up lie in a lawsuit in federal court too. Like they can just straight up lie. Like it kind of like shattered my world. Like, whoa, they're not even concerned with just straight up lying. So that's kind of like where I'm coming from. That's a little bit of the backstory. There's a lot more. But when I'm saying like, oh, that was like the time with Lima, or like that was like the time when Bam or Brittany or whatever, like these are kind of like the universes. And these are both times where I personally, because I was trying to report on something, got dragged into it personally. And it's like when people don't like the message, they'll try to attack the messenger. And I've been there. And that's where I'm coming from, and that's why I find it to be interesting. Okay, and so I haven't been hired by any PR teams. I have no prior relation or a current relation to Ben Schneider. I've never spoken to him. I never heard of his videos, to my knowledge. I never heard of his videos, to my knowledge, until this. And I say to my knowledge because it is possible I might have watched some of his Scientology series before and just kind of like, when I was watching that, there were some like kind of vaguely familiar aspects to it. So I might have watched those before, but I never did, sorry, I got distracted reading y'all's comments. I never did, what was I saying? Sorry, I can do one thing at once. Thank you so much to Jeremy Longwell for becoming a new member. Thanks so much to Kitty for the $2 super chat. Hit the like, get the snacks and drinks ready. Yeah, we're going to be here for a while today. Thank you so much to Polka Shelley for the $20 super chat. I don't know if you're still going to Utah, but just in case, I do think that I have raised like maybe up to 400 or so. I don't want to give y'all any figures because y'all are going to be like, she lied. I don't actually really know for sure. I did try to check last night on the YouTube app, but I'm going to have to do it from my computer, I think. So I'll give y'all an update tomorrow. I'll give y'all an update where things stand tomorrow, at least to some extent. Thank you so much for the contribution as well. So the TLDRs, I don't know if I'm going yet or not. Definitely we haven't raised the full money, but we'll see. Anything could happen. Thank you to Internet Lee Joe for the $9.99 super chat. BJ doing the real work. Big brain cousin. Thank you. Thank you to Pyrex for becoming a new member. Thank you, Bryce, for the $4.99 super chat. Preach. Thank you, Real As It Gets, for the $1.99. Preach, cousin, your cousin from West Virginia. Oh my gosh, shout out to the West Virginia cousins. I love them. Thank you to Stardust Lily for becoming a new member, and thank you to Bryce for the $9.99. My case I shared yesterday, they sued me first. After discovery, we found out the invoices they sued me over were for another home. Wait a second. Your case might cross over with some of the stuff we're talking about today. Not maybe exactly, but like the facts. Very interesting. Other bank draws for loans. Disgusting. Thank you for the $9.99. Okay. So this was another kind of like thing too, along the lines of the earlier. Like, this is a comment. Somebody left and said, "What's this?" As if they would even watch the video. Also, why would you help that clown company? So people got very, very up in arms because I gave my unsolicited PR advice to Bricks and Minifigs. And if you remember what the PR advice to Bricks and Minifigs was drop the lawsuit. Drop the lawsuit and drop Ammon and Matt for at least a while. They don't have to stop owning the company, but like the management of the company, just this was my PR advice to them. You have to get rid of Ammon and you have to get rid of Matt. Like they're irredeemable at this point. It's too hot to touch. Just take them. They can still own the company, whatever. Put some other CEO and COO in real quick. Do a collab with Reckless Ben. Grovel at his feet if you have to, because you already lost the PR war. So people are leaving me like, basically death threats, girl. I'm being dramatic. People are leaving me comments like this, like they're so pissed. They're like, why would you give that PR advice? Y'all, okay, first of all, part of my advice was to make Brian Mansell whole, to give him his Legos back and give him the money for the Legos that sold, that pursuant to the agreement. So first of all, he's the first sort of victim in all this, right? So making him whole was part of my advice. Why would I not encourage them to do that? Second of all, Reckless Ben doesn't want to be in this RICO lawsuit. You think he wants to be? I mean, I know he says, "Oh, I have 2 more years of content, whatever," but like he's literally being threatened with jail for speaking. You think he doesn't want to have the temperature turned down at some point too? I think, like, as someone who has been in somewhat of a similar situation, not in the criminal sense, I think it's kind of like good advice because everybody, it still gets it. Everybody wins. Ben gets out of this lawsuit. Brian Mansell gets made whole. The franchise owners at the little locations, I mean, I think we've learned enough now at this point to know that they ain't living in the sunshine and the daisies, okay? They might even be getting screwed over possibly by this whole franchise anyway. So maybe, I don't know, cut them a little bit of break if this whole thing, if the business can survive. I mean, I know y'all, that's so controversial, but y'all need to relax. I'm saying y'all to the ones that need to. Thank you, James Steele. I stepped on a rusty Lego the other day. Oh, you're worried you might have contracted Tetris. You're funny. Thank you for the £5 super chat. I was like, how does a Lego rust? Aren't they plastic? Thank you, Real As It Gets, for being a member for 1 month. I'm glad I'm off today to watch. Yeah, we haven't even gotten into it today. I did see the U-Haul saga. Yes, I did. Okay, so what else? All right, I have an announcement. This is the housekeeping and announcements section, but it does all still relate to Reckless Ben and the saga. So if you wouldn't mind going to, when you get a moment, going to my page that you're on right now and going and hyping this video right here. Bricks and Minifigs CEO sued his own dad. It is my most hyped video, I think, probably of all time. One more time, this one right here. Posted it yesterday. Bricks and Minifigs sued his own dad. Bricks and Minifigs CEO sued his own dad. That's like where the big viral moment since yesterday, everybody, I mean, I'm saying it's a big viral moment. It wasn't that viral, but like it did cause quite the stir, and I figured it would. It took me a good, at least solid 3 hours to get to the point because it was just so much to get through. It's so hard when you have something in your mind and then you have to get it out using words through a screen and a camera. It's like very difficult, but I did my best and I think I got, the point across. But that was probably only about 30% of everything that I've sort of wanted to share with y'all so far. So we're just going to have a few of these long haul, at times probably somewhat tedious, somewhat in the weeds lives. But, yesterday the big breaking moment was when I revealed or told y'all that I had discovered through the public records that the day Reckless Ben's Part 1 video came out, this other company related to Ammon and Matt McNeff's father, end up turning out related to them too. But, this is how the revelation happened, no pun intended. This company changed its name. And then another new company with the same name as the company used to be pops up on May 29th. And so that was like the big moment that I wanted to, drop yesterday. Plus there was these Shield corporations, Shell corporation, Vail corporations, and we talked a lot about Legally Mine. But then during the live stream, somebody brought up to me that there was this specific exhibit on this lawsuit. Now, I had heard that Ammon McNeff and his brother Matt, the owners of BRICKS MINIFIGS, had sued their father in the past. I'd heard that, but I hadn't gone through the lawsuit and stuff. It's just so much. It's just so much to get to. So I finally on the live stream yesterday pull up this specific exhibit F, I think it was, and looked into specifically whether BRICKS and Minifigs is connected to this company, to this Legally Mine. That's the name of the company. Is, not only are Ammon and Matt, possibly related to the company, maybe they worked for it, maybe they were officers, whatever, but is the company of BRICKS and Minifigs, the franchising, the company, is it in any way related to Legally Mine, the company? Other than just, officers, which is a relation, but, there's different levels. So that was the question we started off with. And there was apparently evidence that BRICKS and Minifigs was financially somehow intertwined with Legally Mine, which is the dad's company. And the way that they were legally intertwined was kind of outlined by the dad in this exhibit attached to this lawsuit. And so I finally looked at it. We're looking at it yesterday. Come to find out, yes, there was like millions of dollars of stock. Then the stock maybe got repossessed. I mean, it was a big moment. Okay. But that was the two major things from yesterday. And those are pretty much outlined here in this video too. I mean, it is still 53 minutes long, but it's got a lot of hypes. And it's like, I'm trying to maybe make the hype leaderboard or something. Okay. So what else? Let me just make my way through my list here. The big thing for today is going to end up being, it's a couple things. One thing with Josh Johnson, and one thing is this RICO lawsuit that is possibly related to companies that the dad is involved in. Okay. And maybe they're pointing the finger on RICO because they seen someone else doing RICO or something at some point. It does look like, just to not bury the lead, it doesn't look like the RICO was found to be, they weren't found to be liable. It looks like they settled the case. So I don't, want to get sued. All right. I'm not saying they lost the RICO, but there is a lawsuit on the books and I have it. So we'll look at that today. And also I came across a presentation by Josh Johnson. I think y'all are going to find very interesting, but we'll get to that in turn. Okay. So I do have this whole side plot. I have a whole side plot about the dad because I think I found a connection between the dad and Primerica. But I need, before I make public statements about it, to find out what the dad's middle name is. And I think I've seen his middle name and middle initial here and there and everywhere. Here and there and everywhere. But I need to just relocate one of those middle initials again before I go into this whole, was he removed from being a broker? Remember yesterday, put a 1 in the chat if you remember yesterday, we were watching an interview, like a YouTube type style, podcast style Zoom interview that the dad, Daniel McNeff was doing. And he said in it that he used to be a broker. He was wearing a pink shirt. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember. He was saying, is it J, letter J? Okay, so oh man, what, J what? J what? It's middle initial J. I know, okay, good. It starts with a J. Sonic Speed said Daniel J. McNeff. So maybe we can do a little bit of that, because here's the thing. I don't know. I almost want to go back and rewatch that video again. Couldn't find the full middle name. Bryce, I don't know yet. I'm going to do the I'm going to calculate tonight and look like, try to go in the back end of like YouTube and stuff and see. Because I really don't know. And I haven't looked at ticket prices in days. So it would be just like, I would just be making a number up and I don't want to do that. Probably Jeff's after Warren. Oh my God, stop. That's a different type of Mormon. That's a different sect. Thank you so much to Irlandez Latino for the $19.99 super chat. Dude, seriously, now that I've seen CoffeeZilla's video, I have deja vu vibes. Knowing Reckless Ben's history of destroying cults, this was planned. They are going after the Mormon MLM mafia. Who's going after them? Thank you for the $19.99. Thank you to Naomi for the $4.99 super chat. Is it J? It's Jay. Okay, then I can tell y'all what I found then. Okay, I have 3 big things then today. Oh, nope, no, they're saying A. All right, then I can't. All right. His middle name is A. Allen, as seen in company documents tied to his asset protection firm, Legally Mine. Okay, well, now I don't know. Now I don't know. So I'm going to go back to not saying it. Okay. Yeah, don't be drinking that already, y'all. Okay, so we'll skip that for now, but I do have a possible Primerica link later down the line if I can confirm that he is this broker that I saw. But here's the thing. Here's a teaser, a spoiler I can say. Either I found somebody named Daniel McNeff who used to be a broker. I don't know if the middle name is going to match up, but this particular Daniel McNeff is the only Daniel McNeff that shows up on the broker check. And that's why I need to confirm the middle name. But let's just say it is him. Let's just say it is him. This would mean that he was removed from being a broker because of some, shady stuff. Like he got in trouble. And censured. And he had to pay a $15,000 fine. Now, I don't want to pull all that stuff up and be like, look at him. Because that's the whole thing. I'm investigating the question. How much, if any, overlap, to what extent, what degree, does Bricks and Minifigs, the business, have to do with Legally Mine? Why? Why am I asking that? Because the dad, of Daniel McNeff, he's kind of like the guy. He's the Legally Mine guy. Now, there's this whole back history we covered yesterday that the sons, who now own Bricks and Minifigs, they used to, at least maybe still are, be also owners of this Legally Mine company. And then they actually sued the dad. They sued him. So, I'm not even saying, they're all on the same side. But this all comes because Ammon McNeff, the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, the one with the mustache, he claimed in prior podcasts and interviews that he got his entrepreneurial spirit from his dad because he grew up in an entrepreneurial household. I'm paraphrasing, it's not a quote, but like he had said, nameless Nick, you are funny, that he grew up in an entrepreneurial household. And so because he grew up in this entrepreneurial household, that's how he became so entrepreneurial. And so he started working as a manager of some Brick and Minifigs location, and then he ends up buying the franchise, the whole thing, with his brother. Sorry, I'm investigating how much, if any, the dad is involved in the management, the ownership of Bricks and Minifigs, and particularly on the context of the fact that yesterday they changed the yesterday we discussed how on the first day that Reckless Ben's video came out, part 1, they had changed the name of Legally Mine, and now there's a new Legally Mine. Almost, one could be forgiven for speculating and asking, did they do that to conceal the true company, the true assets? And then yesterday we watched all these videos. Let me pull my web up. The web, y'all are going to freak out when y'all see this web. It keeps growing more each day, each moment. Let me pull the web up. Tricks and many beep. Thank you, Matt Beck, for the 20 SEK. Thank you, Akura, for the $5. Might want to pay attention to Yandis. They claim to be one of Daniel's 8 children. Have been trying to talk to you here. Thank you for the $5. Just so y'all are aware, this is not the place to contact me to talk. If you have something that you need me to see for sure, I would suggest you send it to one of my emails, bjcliveshow@gmail.com, or that surprise witness at gmail.com. Those should be linked below as well. This is just not the forum. It's just too difficult for me to follow comments, and I have an agenda here I need to get to. I just can't derail what I'm trying to do here, else we're going to be here for 9 hours. I know y'all would like that, but I'm gonna need a voice break. So I appreciate whoever's trying to give me information. Thank you very much. And I do appreciate you putting it publicly. So I don't want to be saying anything that's any private information. All right, that's another thing. I've been getting some tips, some leads, things like that. I just want to let y'all know I am not that type of journalist. I'm not a journalist. I'm a girl that comments on public stuff. And so I am not the person that's going to want to break anything. I mean, maybe every now and then I'll do an exclusive interview, but I don't want to break news and stories from private documents unless it's, already public or something. But I really like to stick to public stuff. So if you're sending me tips, if you're sending me information, please do be prepared to say it publicly or tell me where I can find it publicly, because I am not putting myself on the line for somebody else to remain anonymous. I'm not doing it. Y'all just heard how much I've sacrificed for the truth. And unless people are willing to say stuff publicly, I just can't be the shield for everybody all the time. Not that I'm saying, that's what y'all are doing. Thanks so much to Bryce for the $9.99. Let's get you to Utah. I also film with a Canon R5. Oh, that's nice. I think I have a Sony. I don't know how to use it though. It's on one setting and it sits right there. Thank you for the $9.99. Yeah, I want to go. I want to go over there for it. Okay, what was I doing? The web. The Lego Saga web. Okay. Excuse me. So, yesterday, put a 2 in the chat you remember, or just go 1 because it was the number 1 question still. Let's go 1 in the chat if you remember watching some of these videos, some of these clips. If y'all remember watching some of these videos, some of these clips from yesterday, and he was like, I was a broker. And he was like, I worked for Citigroup. This is when we're talking about the Legally Mine. I think it was this video. Actually, let me, hold on. I gotta show y'all. It only stays on the one window. It doesn't follow. So I just pull it up here. He said something about, it was just in the first.
Oh yeah, I had my LLC and my incorporation done by something online, right? And hopefully none of them are that extreme, but there definitely are people who I run into often where it's my friend did this, or I know a good guy who does this, or man, I really don't like the way this person does that, but they've been my person for X amount of years, so I just keep them. And I always find
this guy's aggravating. Okay, actually, that's actually good though to hear, because we're going to talk a lot more today about this. We're going to hammer down a little bit more into the structure and the first question I asked yesterday when we looked at the web, what is Legally Mine? It wasn't supposed to be like a double entendre. What is Legally Mine LLC? What is that? What do they do? What's it for? And we watched these little videos. Oh my God, I would love to go to Hot Springs one day. Any of those springs, that's on my bucket list. Okay, hold on. So I was like, what do they do? And so we looked at some of these videos, and some of these videos were like presentations. Some of them appeared to be done by Ammon McNeff's dad. And so even still here, again, we're kind of hearing, this guy, like, they create problems. They create scary, right? It's like, oh, the other places online don't know what they're doing or whatever. But they have the solution, right? Even this guy, who I don't even know if he has anything to do with Legally Mine, he's like, yeah, you got to get your LLCs created by the right people and all this. And this guy right here is, I believe, to be Dan McNeff. I think that's Ammon's dad. I know I say Ammon, that's not his real name like that, but sometimes it just comes out. And they were talking about like how you should protect your assets by putting everything in different separate LLCs so that it makes it hard to sue and get the assets. And they were using these bizarre examples at these conferences. They had one lady over there for Legally Mine LLC at the dentist conference, and she was talking about one of her friends, girl, it almost seemed like it was herself she was talking about. But she said it was one of her friends that had a son that was 17, and he went to a pool party and he had relations with his girlfriend, and they were consensual relations. But then the girlfriend's mom found out, and then the girlfriend then started to say that the boyfriend was actually, it was not consensual, and now he's facing prison time. And she was using this whole bizarre story to sell asset protection kits, apparently. And so we tried to figure out yesterday in the live investigation live stream, what is Legally Mine LLC? What do they do? Who owns it? What does it own? Things like that. And we went very far into the rabbit hole, but we have like way farther and miles to go before we sleep. You know what I mean? Put it in the chat if you know that reference. English majors will get it. Okay.
Fascinating, because we're dealing with professionals that if I went and said, well, I saw this really great tip on how to whiten your teeth on TikTok. And so I did that. Like, you would think, no, you go to a professional to get that done. Or, whatever the crazy idea is.
Okay, I'm control searching for broker. He started his career off in journalism. Let's go to 236. Okay, I want you to hear Ammon's dad talk about himself. Listen to what he says. Pay attention. And then we're going to hear him talking about him used to be a broker. All right.
My incorporation done by something online, right? And hopefully none of them are that extreme, but there definitely are people who I run into often where it's, my friend did this, or I know a good guy who does this, or man, I really don't like the way this person does that, but they've been my person for X amount of years, so I just keep them. And I always find that fascinating, because we're dealing with professionals that if I went and said, well, I saw this really great tip on how to whiten your teeth on TikTok.
Oh my God, how did I end up having to listen to this? So I did that.
Like, you would think, no, you go to a professional to get that done. Or, whatever the crazy idea is around fixing your teeth, your cavities, or straightening your teeth. And so I'm really excited to have you on to talk about those things. But as we do on this show, every episode, the very beginning of the episode, we ask everybody their story, because I believe stories connect all of us. So Dan, if you wouldn't mind tell us your story of how did you get into this, and especially focusing on the audience.
Okay, tell us your story.
I started off my career in journalism, quickly realized I wasn't going to make enough money there, got into financial planning.
Started off in journalism, realized he wasn't going to make enough money there, and just started being a financial planner. What?
The audience that you do.
I started off my career in journalism, quickly realized I wasn't going to make enough money there, got into financial planning, got a CFP and studied at University of California, San Diego for that. Was in financial planning for 15 years, retired. I was with Citigroup and was a senior vice president and the principal broker.
Okay. So he says he started out as a financial planner, and then he became the principal broker at Citigroup, and he said he did it for 15 years. Well, if you're a broker and you're acting as a broker in the United States, you have to be registered as a broker. So let's go to a website. This is free, called Broker Check. Okay. And I want to check, right? I want to check and see. I want to fact check. Is there a Dan McNeff or a Daniel McNeff who will come up in the Broker Check system, could be some things missing from the system. Could not all be there. But this is a free website. This is FINRA, brokercheck.finra.org. And this is where you can check to see if somebody's trying to give you financial planning advice. You can come and see, does that person have licenses? Do they have any adverse actions on their license? Is it active? Have they ever had one? Whatever. So presumably they should all be in here, you know, the people that have been brokers. So I want to see, has there been a Daniel McNeff who's worked for 15 years or any amount of years for Citi Group, which is like a bank, investment bank, as a broker, much less a principal broker. Okay, so McNeff. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to do individual name. Okay, yes, Daniel McNeff. All right. So as you can see, the first thing that comes up is Daniel J. McNeff. All right. J-A-Y. Now, there's other, you know, DNF, McDuffie, but like the actual just Daniel McNeff, they said they found 19 results. McCaffrey, McNeil, Manoff, McNeil. Okay, there's another page. Let's just go McNeil, McCaffrey, Bartleson, McGough, McCaffrey. So there appears to only be one Daniel McNeff, and it's Daniel J. McNeff, currently not registered, 5 years of experience. So I don't know about 15 years as broker, but this right here is actually unusual. I look these broker check things up all the time. It's almost never that you're going to see that they have disclosures. Look, I guess a few of these do. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I guess, you know, they do on this one. But when I'm looking people up, I usually don't see disclosures. So when you go to his page, now I want to be very clear. I want to be very, very, very clear. As I mentioned earlier, I have not been able to ascertain what Daniel McNeff's actual government middle name is. Somebody said it was Allen. Might be Allen. If his middle name is Allen, then I don't see how this could be him. But if this isn't him, why isn't his name showing up as a broker on FINRA's broker check website? Now, we have more proof that it could possibly not be him, which is where he has worked. It said he worked for about 5 years at a place called First American National Securities. That's not Citi. That's First American National Securities. Also, this person, Daniel J. McNeff, which I'm not sure if this is Ammon's dad, but if, you know, it is or it isn't, whoever this person is, has a disclosure, meaning they got, you know, in trouble or whatever. So let's see if we can get the detailed. Daniel J. McNeff, his CRD number is, CRD number is 1193655. This is a public record. Anyone can get this. He passed 2 principal supervisory exams, 1 state securities law exam. This broker was previously registered with First American National Securities Incorporated. Okay, that's the name of the firm he worked, the brokerage. First American National Securities. This is not Citi. Okay, so where does that leave us? Maybe it's not this Daniel. Maybe it's a different Daniel. If it's a different Daniel, I do have the remaining question. How come this Daniel don't show up when you search for a broker named Daniel McNeff? Or why doesn't the Daniel McNeff that does show up have 15 years of experience at Citi Group? So it's kind of hard to reconcile the public record with what Daniel said. Maybe he wasn't registered. Maybe they lost his registration. Maybe that was him there and he lied. I mean, it's hard for me to say. But the reason I focus on it is because if it is him, the implications it could have. Let me show you what I mean. Again, I don't know if it's him or not. So I'm just, you know, showing y'all one of the things I found last night. Let's go to the brokerage that this particular Daniel J.A.Y. McNeff, CRD number 1193655. I clicked on the First American thing, right? Link. Did y'all see what happened? Let me just show you one more time. Okay. what I'm clicking on right here, this is the Daniel J. McNeff brokercheck.finra.org. This is the public record. Anyone can find this. All you got to do is go to broker check, click enter. It'll bring you to the page. Click on the, in the Google crawler. It'll bring you to this. You just type in Daniel McNeff. This will come up and it is free. So, assuming, actually, we don't have to assume nothing. This is Ammon's dad's name, but not sure about the middle name, so I'm not sure that this is him. It also doesn't add up the amount of years or the place he worked. Could be he's a liar and this is him. Could be he's telling the truth and this ain't him. The remaining question I still have is, why isn't he showing up if he's telling people still to this day he was a broker for 15 years? That's a discrepancy and that's a problem. But it could be easily, innocently solved, and it could not be his fault. Now, I'm on this report, and there's many things you can click. One of the things that you can click is this right here, where he supposedly worked. Previous registration, and it be as a broker. Okay, so this Daniel McNeff did work as a broker in the 80s, in 1983 to 1989. He worked at a place called First American National Securities Incorporated. But this is a link that you can click. And on this broker check website, not only can you check brokers, the individuals, but you can also check the companies or the brokerages that they work for. And so if you were to click this link right here, which we are about to do, we did it a while ago, but I was just explaining how I got there because it's a live investigation. So if you click this First American National Securities, what you would expect is to click it and then go to a page entitled First American National Securities. And in fact, let me show you this too. Because this came up and I found it to be interesting in my research. I think it might be interesting to at least some of y'all. I'm just going to open a separate tab of that same website so I don't lose where I am there. Firm. So remember, the name of it, First American National Securities. I'm just going to type that in. And this time I'm on the Firm tab. But 38 results come up and not that. The closest I could find is this one, expelled First American Securities, but that is not the same name, First American National Securities. So it's different. Like some of these are similar. American National Securities Corp, currently not registered, but that's a different name than First American National Securities Incorporated. These are different companies. So I was not actually able to find, this one's kind of close, First American Investment Securities, but that's not the same name. First American National Securities. It's a different company, even though it sounds kind of alike. And it's 4 pages of this, but I wasn't able to find First American National Securities, National Capital Securities, First American Capital Resources. It gets more and more different. First American Properties Securities, First American Capital and Trading, but none of these are First American National Securities. So it's very interesting to me. You can't actually, maybe I'm wrong. You can't find it. Where is it? Even these, right? These are expelled, but they at least still show up. First American National Securities. I don't see that. Securities America, Investment Professionals, Inc. What is this? So to me, it is interesting because this right here, it does show up on Daniel J. McNeff's broker report as the place where he worked, but you can't find that place. Thankfully, it does have a link that'll get you to the page for it, even though it doesn't show up in the search. And maybe it did. Maybe I just, can't see. So when you click on First American National Securities, where J. McNeff worked as a broker for 5 years, I don't know if it's the same J. McNeff that is this one, because that would mean something ain't adding up, like the amount of time he was a broker, the place he worked. But this is the only J. McNeff that's ever been a broker as far as the search on FINRA. So I don't know. That's all I can say. I can't say anything further than that. But when you click on that First American, the place he worked, right? You click on the place he worked. What comes up isn't a page for First American National Securities profile. What comes up is a page for PFS Investments. There's this drop-down tab right here, Show All 21, Blue Mountain Financial, Torchlight Financial, Swope Financial, Shepherd Financial, Prime Vision, Primerica Advisors. And my heart sunk when I saw that. I was looking on my couch last night, looking at the broker check, and I'm like, wait, what is PFS? And then I looked down at the public address, main address, 1 Primerica Parkway. They have 22 regulatory events. Primerica Parkway. The owners, Coley, Gendusa, Lasutis, Miller, Nemitz, Rivet, Sukin, Sutton, Weigel, Wells, Woodring. I mean, I can't imagine, even if this was the other, you know, the Ammon's daddy and them, that he has anything to do with this company anymore. But there have been a lot of regulatory events, like times they got in trouble. What's the relationship summary? Oh, relationship with them. Yeah, this is the stuff they have to provide to what do they do? They're a brokerage. What investment services can you provide? They have to provide this to pretty much the government. This is like a thing they have to provide, and they have to give this to all the people who want to be their customers or whatever. We offer mutual funds. I don't really know. This is a little outside my wheelhouse. I don't know if this is, I mean, this might be like kind of really down the rabbit hole too, because this might not even be him. But I do find it to be interesting that like people keep bringing up MLM. And it's like, wow, what if Ammon and Matt, the Bricks and Minifigs dad was a broker for an MLM brokerage? What is PFS Investments? What is it? Primerica Financial Services? Now I'm just curious. We help Main Street families invest for the future. Primerica has been helping Main Street families invest for the future since 1977. While many professionals aren't interested in working with the middle class, what the hell? Primerica, through its affiliated broker-dealer, PFS Investments, Inc., is committed to helping Main Street families. Why is Main Street lowercase here and uppercase capitalized here? Main Street family, like you would capitalize it in the title for sure. Short-term and long-term goal managed account. What is this? Who qualifies to be in this? Is this an MLM? Do people sell this too? Find a rep. Oh my God. Is this an MLM? I don't want to dox these poor MLM victims if so. Pay yourself first? What is this? What is this? Google First American National Securities. Okay. Oh. Is that what it... No, I don't even remember what it was called. Hold on. First American. All the names were so similar. Go back. First American National Securities, Inc. Expelled. Oh, they do show up on the advisor info. Ooh, let me show y'all this on the Securities Exchange Commission. Investment advisor firm summary. What was their last ADV? How much was under their management? Orville, Ohio. I'm trying to see how much was under their management in their last ARD form filed. Forget what page that's on. I think it's coming up. Okay. So they don't have any assets under their management? How many clients do you provide investment advisor services to? Okay, this is something weird going on with this. Well, they got expelled, probably because somebody else found it was weird. They just failed to renew their stuff since March. March 2017. The only thing I do find kind of interesting about that is like that's around the time, 2017 is around the time that the brothers took over BRICKS and Minifigs. But okay, all right, we're a little bit off in the weeds now. But anyway, so that was the thing about the broker thing. Again, I don't know if that is the same one. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt and all that. So that was that. Let's go back to the web. Okay, so yesterday we also talked about not only Legally Mine LLC, we talked about the owner of Legally Mine LLC, which is another company by the name of Centra Wealth Solutions, but not so fast because this Legally Mine LLC is brand new. It just started in May last month. So the other Legally Mine LLC that has a new name, LM Old Co. LLC. That's the original Legally Mine LLC. Okay, this is things we've discovered or discussed yesterday. We also talked about Legally Mine having some other names that it did business as, other names that it was associated with. Like, for example, when you type in Legally Mine on Open Corporates and run the search there, a company by the name of Veil, VEIL Corporate LLC comes up, and it says previously / alternatively known as Legally Mine LLC. So they had, Veil Corporate. That was Legally Mine LLC as well. Well, then I went to the Utah Secretary of State and I type in Veil Corporate, and that one also has two other names in the name history, which are Legal Stop LLC and Legally Mine LLC. And this stuff is not that long ago. In 2024, this stuff got updated, and it was in these Veil Corporate documents. Okay, now I need you to lock back in because we're venturing into today's topic now. When I got into the Veil Corporate, which is just another name for Legally Mine, according to Open Corporates, and just notes and stuff, it was associated with a man by the name of Bud Lethbridge. Now again, why am I worrying about Veil Corporate LLC? Because it showed up right here. And when I typed in Veil Corporate LLC on the Utah Secretary of State's website, it said it used to have a different name called Legally Mine LLC. So somehow, some way, I think this ties back in with Dan and Ammon and Matt McNeff. But in these Veil Corporate documents, you really don't see them much. I don't think I saw them at all. I kept seeing this guy, Bud Lethbridge, okay? Veil Corporate. But Veil Corporate appears to be the same company as Legally Mine LLC, which is now called LM Old Co. LLC. Okay, and there's a new Legally Mine LLC since May 29th. Okay, so I also found it to be a little dubious. I personally found it, in my opinion, to be a bit dubious that their whole business is like, don't pierce the corporate veil. Piercing the corporate veil is like where if somebody really wants to get to Elon Musk, they can sue him directly, even though Tesla did something. Like the reason for LLC, a limited liability company, which I don't know if Tesla is an LLC, if it's organized as an LLC or what, but the reason behind, or one of the reasons behind LLCs is so that, it's like supposed to encourage capitalism, and it's so that people can run their businesses without being worried about, you're not going to be able to put food on the table or whatever. And I mean, there's arguments to be made that shouldn't even exist, but that it does exist. So I'm just telling y'all how it is. And so when you sue a corporation, Carnival Cruise, let's say, the buck stops with Carnival Cruise. You're not really supposed to be able to go and get into the personal bank account of the CEO or the owner. There's obviously always exceptions to stuff, but when that exception happens, it usually is because the owner, like, knowingly, willingly did something to you, right? Like let's say you're on a Carnival cruise and the owner, let's not say Carnival. Let's say you're on JohnDoeCruises.com cruise, and John Doe happens to be on the cruise ship, the owner, John Doe Cruises, and he's on the ship. If he throws you overboard and you get knocked out by the propeller and you somehow live to tell the tale, you could sue him. Now, he might say, hell no, you got to sue JohnDoeCruises.com, and as it turns out, that's bankrupt. Too bad, so sad, you don't get no money. The fact that John Doe kicked you off the boat himself and made you hit your head has nothing to do with that corporation. He did it himself. So when in cases like that, for example, a court will allow you to get the money from him. Yes, you can go in his bank account because he's the one who did the activity. It has nothing to do with the fact you were on one of his cruises. If he didn't do that, whatever, you got to sort it out in court. But when that can happen, when a plaintiff is able to get past just the business and get into the personal bank account dollars or into another business, into another corporation owned by that same person or that same company, this ends up being levels and levels of it. It's called piercing the corporate veil. And they call it a veil for a reason. I mean, it's pretty thin as it is. It's not piercing the corporate Great Wall of China. It's a veil. It's already kind of thin. And it gets thinner and thinner and thinner as more overlaps or connections start to happen between the event, between the liability, between the asset, between the running of the company, the operating of the company, the beneficiaries, all of this stuff will kind of be put on a scale, of sorts, and a judge will have to decide in each particular case on a case-by-case basis whether the buck stops with just the corporation or if you can pierce that corporate veil and go to the next level owner or the subsidiary or the sister company or whatever. So this Legally Mine LLC, in their presentations and stuff like that, it seems like they focus a lot on this piercing the corporate veil stuff. We talked about it yesterday. That lady at the dentist conference, she's like, you don't want them to pierce the corporate veil. And so I found it to be very interesting that they named the company at some point, it seems, at least according to this public record right here, Veil Corporate LLC. They even named the company Veil. Like, it's a bit on the nose, okay? And speaking of things that are a bit on the nose, there was another one up here, Shield, I think. Look, Shield. Why? Because to shield you from their assets. And that's not the only place that these people have, I'll say, told on themselves. And I had two options for the thumbnail today. It was either going to be the one that's down there right now, like the Dad's Rico, or it was going to say, got it from his daddy, or like father like son, or did he learn from dad, or something like that, because that's the company that was mostly associated with Daniel McNeff, this Legally Mine LLC, but also it has now been associated with the brothers Ammon and Matt, because they did ultimately end up kind of like part of the company or whatever. But there's another couple companies that I wanted to bring y'all's attention to. Where is it? This one's called, and I shit you not, Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. Afraid, y'all are going to laugh at this. This probably needs to be its own little clip. Afraid of Lawsuits LLC is a now inactive company that is associated with Ammon, the owner, the CEO of BRICKS Minifigs. Okay, when I typed in Afraid of Lawsuits LLC, two different companies came up. One of them was established in 2011. Another one was established in 2019. They're both LLCs, afraid of lawsuits. Okay, so when you go into these records and stuff, Ammon is not the only person whose name is associated with this Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. There's another man whose name is listed quite a bit, and that's David Gibb. David Gibb, Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. And look, he's also associated with Legally Mine. I didn't expect to find Legally Mine over here. We weren't even looking at Legally Mine. Just to remind you, the reason we're even here at all is because I was like, oh my gosh, these are funny names of these funny companies. Like, why are they naming the company whose whole thing is like, don't pierce the corporate veil, don't pierce the corporate veil? Why are they naming it Veil Corporate? That is crazy. And then this, you know, all this other stuff goes on or whatever. But then I'm like, oh, it's so funny. Did what's his name? This one right here, Ammon with the mustache. Did he learn naming companies silly things from his dad? Because look, he's associated with this company. Oh my God, that's so funny. Afraid of lawsuits. Y'all, the dad is poking his head up like a mole at the Celebration Station whack-a-mole every place I look. He's turning into the Lou Taylor of the story. I wasn't looking for him. I wasn't looking for him at all. I was look, as you can see, I'm looking at David Gibb's public LinkedIn. What is David Gibb? He's associated with this company, with Ammon. What company? Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. I'm just looking into Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. Oh, look, Ammon McNeff is associated with it, and so is this guy, David Gibb. And David Gibb was associated with Legally Mine by his own admission? Okay, that's weird. But not only that, you might be thinking, okay, one of the Legally Mines from like 2011 might be David's, and then the 2019 one might be Ammon's. No, both of them's name appear on filings for both companies. Ammon and David Gibb were both involved in both companies called Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. Well, guess what, y'all? The plot freaking thickens. Of course it does. The company, the irony, you're going to love this. The company name is Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. Guess what happened in 2020? A lawsuit. David Gibb sued Ammon McNeff. He sued. Afraid of Lawsuits LLC guy sued Afraid of Lawsuits LLC guy. Well, they must have not been too afraid. So should we look over that lawsuit? I have not. Read it. So should we read it? I do have it. I downloaded it. Let me see how long it is. I'm going to get it in my files here. Why is there a lawsuit everywhere I look? Shady Boots LLC, please. Let's do it. Let's go down the whole rabbit hole. I do deserve a steak dinner and a trophy. That is true. Somebody said Rico. We haven't even gotten to the Rico lawsuit yet. Wait a second. Penn Bricks. Shout out to you. Dave Gibb is listed under executive directors on the Legally Mine website. Okay, hold on. Okay, wow. Okay, hold on. Let me pull that up for y'all. Okay, we're on the Meet the Team page. I do not want to talk to you. Thank you. Okay, so now we already know they took down, it used to be right here, Daniel McNeff until May 31st. It still was that. May 31st, like 11 days ago, Dan McNeff was right here. Now today it says Mike Webb. I did pull that up yesterday on the Wayback Machine to show that proof. Okay, so let's see. Legal team. Dave Gibb, right here. Wow. Y'all better take a screenshot. He's going to be gone tomorrow. Now, there's no page that takes you to him. He's on the executive directors and marketing team of Legally Mine LLC. Or, excuse me, legallymine.com. Okay. So he got in a lawsuit with Ammon, the owner of Bricks and Minifigs. And I don't know why. I got the complaint right here. I didn't look up if the legal team is lawyers. The first one listed on the website? Which website? I know. I hope he does do an anti-slap. I don't know if the judge has any connections. I wasn't able to find any, I'll say that. Okay, so here's the lawsuit. Let's see why the Bricks and Minifigs owner and CEO, one of the owners, got sued by Dave Gibb, who apparently still works at Legally Mine. Thank you so much to Asheron for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Lion Dust, for the €10. Middle name is Jay. Hard to go by trust, but I verified the son's identity and got it from him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Verified which son's identity? What do you mean? Thank you for the €10 super chat, though. Thank you to 444 Love for the $2. You have one of his kids in chat with info. Yes, I hope they email me. Thank you to my own mom for giving 5 gift live show memberships. Thank you, thank you. Make sure you say thank you if you got one of those. Lego Gate the musical on YouTube, indeed. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat to Asheron. Thank you, Lunner, becoming a new member. Thank you to Bryce Jones for the $4.99 super chat. In the Ohio Supreme Court case number 2025-0037, the court found that Legally Mine LLC and Daniel McNeff engaged in the unauthorized practice of law. I know. I do have that order and the consent decree linked on my web. I do have that. I thought yesterday would be kind of boring and tedious, even more tedious to go through all that, but maybe I'll read it one of these days. Thank you, Polka Shelley, for the $15 super chat. Brick by brick gets you to Utah. Oh my God, y'all. What if I get to go to Utah? Thank you for that. Yeah, a lot of grown-ups do like Legos. Penn Brick said, so Dave Gibb sued Ammon. Ammon co-owns Legally Mine. So that's where Dave, right. So Dave sued Ammon, but Ammon was a co-owner of Legally Mine. Dave still works at Legally Mine. Do they sue each other instead of Secret Santa? Wah, wah. Okay. So what did he sue him for? It's a 9-page complaint. It does look like they did. Oh my God, look at this. Afraid of Lawsuits LLC is the name of the company. And so so Dave Gibb had Afraid of Lawsuits LLC actually sue Ammon. So Ammon got sued not only by his presumably business partner, Dave Gibb, but also got sued by his own company, Afraid of Lawsuits. That's the name of the company. Description of the parties. We know who that is. Well, let's just read it. Who knows? Utah Limited Liability Company, Tier 2 case. General allegations. Gibb is the sole member of Afraid of Lawsuits. Oh. Okay, wait. Hold on. Let me get the Afraid of Lawsuits certificate of organization. All right, let's go through the documents. I do have them. We'll look at 3 at least, because this is context. This is a live investigation. This is just how I do it over here. Let's go to the documents real quick because I want to see them. I like to do a real-time fact check. Okay, so here's the company, Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. Okay, what is the purpose of the company? Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. To create, grow, and maintain wealth through any and all legal means. Eek. Okay, and it's signed by David Gibb. Management statement. LLC will be managed by the members. Current list and is in alphabetical order of each member and manager. Okay, so here's the articles. Okay, so that's the certificate of organization. That's the first document that's filed for Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. So that was in Oh, that was the 2019 one. That's afraid of lawsuits too. Okay, hold on. Let me go to the afraid of lawsuits one. Ow. This is from 2011. Remember I told y'all there were two of them. One was from 2011, one was from 2019. We just looked at the 2019 one. So here's the 2011 one. Articles of Organization, Afraid of Lawsuits LLC, a single member limited liability company. That means there's only one member. Piercing the corporate veil is a lot easier with a one member. The period, okay. Principal address, okay. Article, governing document, written agreement. Additional members may be admitted. Okay, additional members. Okay, so this is in 2011. And this person starts this single member limited liability company by the name of Dave Gibbs. It's called Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. He says there's only one member, but there will be perhaps additional members, and Ammon McNeff signs it. This is so confusing. All right, so if it's a single member LLC and Ammon McNeff is the organizer, and oh, I think I see. Ooh, okay, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it yet. I'm not going to say it yet, but I think I see what's going on here. Oh, girl. Okay. Okay, let me calm myself down. I have these like galaxy brain moments, and it's like I'm live. I can't just say it because I'm not trying to get sued. I need to have all my like things lined up. Thank you so much to Insufferable Maynard fan for the $20 super chat. Okay, let's take this step by step, brick by brick. Okay, brick by brick. Brick by brick. Okay. This is from 2011. This is the first articles of organization. This is the first item. Like if you want to start an LLC, you got to file this, or maybe articles of incorporation or whatever. Maybe varies by state. But this is the first document. This is from 2011. 2011. The name of the company is Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. And it only has one member. And they're like, we may add another member only pursuant to the operating agreement. Now, we don't know what the operating agreement is. They don't have to file those publicly. Management. The business shall be conducted under the exclusive manager or member who shall have exclusive authority to act for a company in all matters. The member manager cannot enter into a business dissolution consent agreement except upon compliance with satisfaction of law, statutes, regulations, the name and the address of the initial manager. Okay. So the initial manager of the single member LLC is Ammon McNeff in 2011. All right. It was established as a single member LLC. David McNeff is David Gibb then goes on to file for this company himself in 2019, but Ammon has his name as the manager on the first year. All right, so with that context in mind, let's go to the lawsuit. Now, the lawsuit was filed by David Gibb against Ammon McNeff. Sorry, I have all the names and things swirling about in my head. So he sues Ammon and says he's the sole member of Afraid of Lawsuits. Okay. In September 2013, Afraid of Lawsuits LLC entered into a merchant agreement with a company by the name of Orion Merchant Solutions. For a period of time, Afraid of Lawsuits LLC permitted Ammon McNeff to receive communications from the merchant on behalf of AL. What is Orion Merchant Solutions? Let me just see. Just help me for context. Interesting. Oh boy. This, just another brick. Orion Merchant Solutions is an independent store owners around the country are turning to Orion as a one-step solution for all their credit card processing needs, from competitive rates and data compliance to around-the-clock merchant support. Orion is the leader in providing credit card processing solutions to the independent store owner. But this overlaps to Bricks and Minifigs in a weird kind of way. Not this company per se. But remember from the BAM franchising agreement, you might have seen this elsewhere. Maybe you didn't if you've only been watching my coverage. I haven't really talked about it, but we did touch on it somewhat in the lawsuit against Ben by BAM Franchising. The lawsuit against Ben by BAM Franchising, they do mention their agreements and the operating agreement and the franchise agreement that they signed with Crystal Law. And in there, we talked about the franchise agreement. Well, come to find out, in the franchise agreement, there's a lot of control that Bricks and Minifigs wants to keep, the corporate wants to keep over these franchisees. Even though the franchisees supposedly supposed to own their stores, it's like a lot of stuff they can't really make the decision on, like certain vendors or other things. One of the things that the franchisees do not have the choice to make the decision on, they have to agree in their contract, they will do what corporate tells them to do, is the POS systems and I think the credit card processing, which is done through the POS systems, I think. So this case that we're reading right now has to do with the owner of Bricks and Minifigs and also this other guy who still works for a company that Ammon used to own or maybe still owns, Legally Mine. So it's like a lot of overlap here. And it's hard to try to keep it straight. The weird thing about this too, I mean, just out the gate, the company is called Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. And let me just show y'all another. Let me show y'all another one from 2019. This is some more paperwork that I got from the corporations division. This is some of the paperwork for one of the Afraid of Lawsuits LLC businesses. There's two of them. This is, I think, the one that was founded in 2019. Look, it does say, this is a public record, by the way. I got it for free. I didn't even have to pay for it. Data filing 2019. Previous registered principals is David Gibb, registered agent and member. Updated registered principals in 2019, Ammon. So basically, it used to be David, and now Ammon updated it to make himself the registered principal. Or someone updated it to make Ammon the registered principal. It is signed Shane Olson. This is a public document. Interestingly, they appear to have the same address, 51 West Center Street. This is a business address. David Gibb has 51 West Center Street, Unit 107, whereas, and this is a public business address on a public filing that they filed and put their public address on this public business filing. This is not private information. This is public. This is a public business address. It's not a house. It's not a residence. This is public. Just in case YouTube needs to run through here, this is public from a public filing. I don't share people's house address unless they made it public in a public government filing, which they did. And this ain't a house address, by the way. This is a business. It's obviously a business. 51 West Center Street, Unit 107 is where David's at. And just right down the hall, underneath, on the lower floor, is Ammon. So they're at the same building. They take David off, and they replace him with Ammon. This happens in 2019. Well, guess when the lawsuit got filed against Ammon by David Gibbs? 2020, the very next year. And that's the one we're reading. So I'm just kind of going back and forth to get some context. Is a strip mall? Girl. So he says David Gibb, he claims he's the sole owner of Afraid of Lawsuits. In September 2013, Afraid of Lawsuits entered into a merchant agreement with Orion Merchant Solutions. We did go and take a look at Orion Merchant Solutions, and they are some sort of credit card processing company. They work with independent and small businesses. So it appears to me as if there is some type of business relationship where David Gibb had a business that he needed to make agreements with a credit card processor. And he entered into a merchant agreement whereby this credit card processing company called Orion would provide some type of services or whatever to Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. For a period of time, Afraid of Lawsuits LLC permitted Ammon McNeff, the current owner of Bricks and Minifigs, or one of the several, I don't know how many there are at this point. It kind of is presented as if it's only two. But yesterday we got into how maybe it's a bunch of owners and their LLCs and this is and that's, and maybe the dad was involved or maybe he wasn't. I don't know. We don't know. But this lawsuit that we're looking at right here by David Gibb, for a period of time, Afraid of Lawsuits allowed Ammon McNeff to receive communications from this credit card processing company, Orion. Oh, y'all, this is scandalous. I'm glad we're reading this. Oh, my gosh. This is scandalous. This is another huge find. It's going to blow up. This is going all over the Reddit. Oh, my God, this is crazy. And I'm not saying that I'm the only person talking about this. I do know other people have been talking about a lot of these lawsuits. But just, it's crazy. I did not know this. I did not know what this lawsuit was going to say. I pulled it up with y'all. On November 12th, 2019, without authorization from Dave Gibb, Ammon McNeff, according to this lawsuit filing, represented to the Utah Division of Corporations that the true owner of the company was no longer a member, and the registered agent he was no longer a member or a registered agent. Instead, it was Ammon McNeff who was the sole governing person, member, and registered agent of the business. We just looked at that document. It took off Dave and it put on Ammon, but they were in the same building, different units or different business. What do you call it? Suites, different suites. McNeff's representation to the Utah Division of Corporations was false. So that document we just looked at, David Gibb is suing over it. He said, no, ma'am, that was false. We never transferred any membership interest to Ammon McNeff. We never named him a registered agent either. Around the same time, Ammon McNeff also represented to the merchant, the credit card processing company, that he had authority to represent and act on the behalf of Afraid of Lawsuits. This man is saying he don't own Afraid of Lawsuits. He don't speak for us. He trying to take my company. Now my question just starts to become, put a 2 in the chat if your question also starts to become, has anyone else complained of Ammon McNeff doing this? Hostile takeover, Shaner said, or trying to take over someone's company? Bad Bats said my head is starting to pound. This beep runs deep. Okay, people are starting to wonder, do they do this a lot? Jada said once a thief, or JDA said once a thief, always a thief. Thank you for the $2. I'm not saying they are a thief. Thanks so much to IT Guru for the $2 super chat. 99% likely fake lawsuit to transfer or hide assets. You think so? Thanks so much to Mi Cazador de Ardias. Ardias. Anyway, LDS. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. LDS/veil. So that means Latter-day Saints. It's like the Mormons. Veil of forgetfulness comes before birth. Temple veil for privacy and symbol of Jesus Christ. Pierce the veil. Direct connect to JC because more faith. Great work. Okay. So the Mormons like the veils, I see. Thank you, Gen X, for becoming a new member. Once a thief, always a thief. And Roger, thank you for the $5 super chat. Can you do a search history of Key McAllister? He is not listed as a plaintiff in the RICO cases. Let me take a screenshot. I will. I don't think right now is the most opportune moment, but I don't want to forget to, so let me take a screenshot. Thank you so much to Zero for the $5 super chat. Sounds like Ammon started to try getting all the credit card income by changing the bank account with the card processor, maybe. I mean, who knows what happened? I mean, I'm not saying that's what happened. I don't know, but can you imagine? Thank you for the $5 super chat. Somebody said Once Upon a Time LLC. The apple didn't fall far from the tree, or the acorn, as some might say. Okay, let's go back to this scandalous lawsuit against the owner of Bricks and Minifigs. This was just in 2020. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. Around the same time, he represented to the credit card processing company that he had authority to act on the behalf of afraid of lawsuits. Upon information and belief, Ammon McNeff further instructed the credit card company to change the flow of funds to a new bank account. Girl, you must have read further down than me. I gotta put a box. It won't let me highlight on this one for some reason. He tried to get the credit card processing money transferred into his bank account. You are gotta be kidding me. When did this happen? 2019. Y'all, and we just looked at that document. Before I even read this. I had not read this lawsuit. This is not looking good for Ammon McNeff. And then after he got caught boldface unmitigated lying, in my opinion, about that U-Haul, I think he should have just put a 3 in the chat if he should have just stuck with the lie at that point. No, he had a rental car. He should have never came up with that whole story about the trailer and the jack and the this and the that. Girl, he should have said, no, I don't know, it must have been a customer. Because that wasn't Brandon Best U-Haul. Nope, that's what he should have stuck with the lie. Oh my gosh. Okay, so 2013, they entered into a merchant agreement with Orion for a period of time. Afraid of lawsuits permitted Ammon McNeff to receive communications from the credit card company. On November 12, 2019, without authorization from David Gibb, Ammon McNeff represented to the Utah Division of Corporations that David was no longer a member. So Ammon basically just put all his names on the documents for the corporation and filed it with the Secretary of State, according to this lawsuit. Around the same time, Ammon also tried to get the money that would go from the credit card processor to the business owner rerouted to go to him. And the real owner, David Gibb, is saying, look, that was a lie that he told to the credit card processing company. He was not authorized to do this or to act on behalf of me. He said he's seeking damages from Ammon McNeff. Now, this is after Ammon McNeff was already the owner of Bricks and Minifigs. Didn't they take over in 2017? This lawsuit is from 2020, and the incident that occurred allegedly happened in 2019. So hold on. Now I'm wondering, does David Gibb own any Bricks and Minifigs franchises? This is, yes, Ripper YouTube. I think we're having the same thought pattern. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, does each franchise have to use Orion merchant system in their stores? That's what I'm wondering. Or another, well, not exactly. What I was wondering is this guy another case of somebody that works for Legally Mine but also had a Bricks and Minifigs franchise? Like, for example, Josh Johnson, who apparently was also somehow working with the Legally Mine company, and then he also owns franchises, but he also worked for Bricks and Minifigs corporates. He wore a lot of hats, this man, Josh Johnson. So forgive me that I'm not totally convinced about this parting ways thing. Maybe Bricks and Minifigs parted ways, but did, whatever, Salem Brick 222 store number 7 in Alaska or whatever. I mean, who parted ways? What does that mean? I'm hitting them back with the who. Who? If Bricks, well, okay. So the second part of this, Ripper, I don't think that's what it is. So you said if so, wouldn't that need to be disclosed that he's the owner of Orion? No, he doesn't own Orion. He doesn't own Orion, to my knowledge. What this lawsuit says by David Gibb, the guy who's suing Ammon McNeff, he's saying he had this business called Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. And Afraid of Lawsuits LLC had entered into an agreement. Like, let's just say it's a Funko Pop store. Let's just say it's a Funko Pop store. And it's, owned by this company, Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. Afraid of Lawsuits LLC entered into a merchant agreement with Orion. So it doesn't mean that it means they had a contract. His business had a contract with the credit card processor, Orion. Thank you for the $5 super chat. So he doesn't own it. So that wouldn't need to be disclosed, I don't think. Oh, thank you, Tim Ash. Let me take a screenshot of this too then. Thank you, Tim Ash, for the information. Bit behind, but on Daniel McNeff's American Academy of Implant Dentistry biography, he is listed as principal broker at First American National Securities Corp. Let me see. Dan McNeff. Implant dentistry. I'm not finding that. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Okay, we are circling back a little, but this is more public evidence that helps to clarify some things here, because we didn't know if that Daniel J. McNeff from the broker check was this same Daniel. And to be clear, we still don't. Oh, he went to BYU. Interesting. So he had worked as a journalist. So this is his biography on the 2023 American Academy of Implant Dentistry event website. It says Daniel J. McNeff, CEO, Legally Mine, LLC, Orem, Utah. He got his degree in journalism. He went to BYU. He got a CFP, UC San Diego. He maybe speaks Spanish. Maybe that's where he did his mission, somewhere they speak Spanish. BYU, positions, journalist, Kansas City Daily Record representative, and it says Citigroup. He apparently was a senior vice president at Citigroup, according to this, and he was a principal broker for First American National Securities Corp. Okay. Interesting. This is crazy. Look at this. Oh my God. Let me find out this is Primerica and he's still working at it. Mr. McNeff is the CEO of Legally Mine. In addition to running his own businesses for the last 20 years, this is a 3-year-old article, by the way, he has served as the senior vice president of one of the nation's largest financial services companies for 15 years. Wait a second. Is it PFS Primerica Financial Services? Let me find that out. That's an MLM y'all told me. He's an author. He has conducted a lot of seminars, hundreds, and is responsible for helping thousands of people, quote, protect their assets and reduce their tax liability. Okay, well, that's very interesting. Thanks so much to Soraya for the $5 super chat. As a Mormon, I can tell you that what Ammon is doing is contrary to the teachings of the church, and it's absolutely reprehensible. Can't wait for trial. Shout out to the Mormons that don't condone or endorse. I know. I hate it when that happens. When it's like, okay, now all the Mormons are catching strays. Not fair. Thank you for speaking out. Thank you for the $5. Legally Mine LLC. I know. Okay, let's go back to that lawsuit. That thing is scandalous. Okay. He tried to get the money, pushed off to his own bank account. Now, the thing that's kind of complicating this whole lawsuit to me is the fact that a guy named David Gibb is also now currently like on the, like working at Legally Mine. And Ammon McNeff got into a big lawsuit with his dad over Legally Mine. He may not be an owner of it anymore, but he definitely was for a while. And that's the lawsuit that was just like such a huge... Somebody said we need a TRO blocking new LLCs. Indeed. Oh, Making Law Simple is in here. Shout out to Making Law Simple. Making Law Simple kind of inspired me to do this whole RICO thing. And I know I'm making y'all wait for the RICO. It's already been 2 hours, but this is like a process. And I mean, I started talking about this other lawsuit, and it's kind of given a playbook. Now, these are just allegations in a lawsuit. Just allegations in a complaint. You blame Valhalla for the attack on the Mormons. What happened with that? Is Valhalla like your co-host, or Valhalla like something else? I'm not up to speed. Shout out to Making Law Simple. I want to go on his show. I want to go on your show. He reached out to me on a comment, and then like one thing led to the next, and then I never went back to the comment. So we need to get in touch. But I want to go over there on his show and talk about whatever. It looks fun over there. Okay, so wait, is this the Valhalla? Or are they talking about you? Big Ben clocked y'all asses LLC. Y'all are coming up with some extremely funny LLC names. Valhalla is my co-host. He's also in the chat, but he was the first to call it the Mormons and the connections on our channel. Yes, and shout out to y'all's channel. I didn't know this yesterday when I covered it, because I'm still like, this is my like third or fourth day covering this. So I'm still trying to kind of get my like bearings and get my like arms around this case. I didn't know this yesterday during my live, but I do want to give credit where it's due. Shout out. They had already made a video, Making Law Simple. He had already made a video about the lawsuit we talked about yesterday, and I think Legally Mine too in the video, and talked about that. So shout out to him, and they're doing some really, really in-depth, like in the weeds coverage over there, and it's very entertaining. And the tone and the vibe is cool. I was able to watch a little bit of a few different episodes from the last, weeks or whatever coverage. Welcome anytime. Thank you. Shout out to y'all. Okay, so we're looking at this lawsuit that... Okay, wait, hold on. Never REI, thank you for the £5 super chat. Been following you a couple days. Did you say that David Gibbs sued Ammon McNeff and is now working with him? Not quite, but I guess I can see why you might have thought that's what I said. No. So this lawsuit we're looking at right now, yes. The first part of your question, yes. Ammon McNeff was sued by David Gibb. That's David Gibb, and Afraid of Lawsuits LLC sued Ammon McNeff. But when we looked up Dave Gibbs, the name Dave Gibbs, on Legally Mine's website, he came up as a team member. So he works at Legally Mine. Legally Mine, we spent pretty much the whole episode yesterday on. Legally Mine is a company that is predominantly associated with being owned by Ammon McNeff's dad, Daniel. But Ammon and his brother do appear to have also owned some portion or some stake in Legally Mine as well. So yeah, I mean, technically, I guess if all that's true, Ammon owned Legally Mine, a part of it. He was an owner. And today in 2026, David Gibbs works at Legally Mine. So that's the one kind of odd thing that, I mean, there's a few odd things, the name of the company being Afraid of Lawsuits, for the love of God. But Ammon McNeff is the one that started he was the first person that signed as a manager. Now, if it's a single, maybe one of the lawyers in the chat knows this, if it's a single member LLC, does it have to be member managed? That's what I didn't want to get too much in the weeds on that. But if I'm basically trying to figure out, can Ammon McNeff have been the manager of a single member LLC and not also been the sole member? It was a sole member, a single member LLC. Anyway, if that is a little in the weeds. I mean, girl, I'm working on like 6 years ago corporations class at this point, but I didn't know for sure. But Ammon did the original paperwork in 2011, but then it looked like Dave Gibbs did the paperwork in 2019. And there is evidence that Ammon replaced Dave as the member or whatever. But I'm wondering if this is more like cat fight, like inter-office, like stuff, or if this is like, I don't know. It kind of looks, like it's starting to become a pattern. We haven't even gotten to the RICO lawsuit yet. Okay, so general allegations. Okay, so then we're on, okay. First cause of action, he wants declaratory judgment. Plaintiffs, that's Dave Gibbs, or Gibb, claim he is the sole member. He says he's the sole member. He's not so Ammon is not a governing person. He's not a member. He's not even a registered agent. This man just filing papers behind my back. He has no authority, and he refuses to recognize my claims. A genuine case and controversy has arisen. Pursuant to Utah code, I'm entitled to a declaratory judgment. So he didn't want to go to court. He just wanted the judge to be like, okay, give him his company back. The second cause of action was fraudulent misrepresentation. He says Ammon represented to pretty much the government, the Utah Division of Corporations, in November 2019, that David Gibb was no longer a member of Afraid of Lawsuits, and instead it was Ammon who was the sole governing person. Now, all of this happened 2 years after he took over Bricks and Minifigs, by the way. McNeff's, now I'm really curious about how that takeover happened. How did that sale, acquisition, whatever you want to call it? He made misrepresentations to the corporations division, knowingly, intentionally, to induce the Utah Secretary of State Corporations Division to rely on his misrepresentations. He's saying Ammon, the current owner of Bricks and Minifigs, knew he was lying when he said it to the Corporations Division. As a result of his conduct, Dave says he suffered damages and injuries, including costs and expenses. And in order to remedy the confusion that Ammon McNeff caused, loss of control of his merchant account. So he did lose control of his merchant account. That's a really important factor here. So Ammon, I guess, was able to wrangle the control of that payment processor, Orion, damaged his relationship with Orion, the credit card processor. Plaintiffs are entitled to damages, he says. Third is negligent misrepresentation. To the extent, at the time of the misrepresentations, Ammon McNeff, the current owner of Bricks and Minifigs, should have known or had reason to know that the misrepresentations were false. He was in a superior position to know the veracity of the material facts. How could Ammon McNeff have been in a superior position to the owner of the company? There's something else weird going on with this relationship. The Legally Mine thing is still here in my mind. And I'm wondering, does Legally Mine have other types of franchise businesses besides just Bricks and Minifigs? Or do they have, oh man, does this go up to Primerica Financial Services? I also can't stop thinking about that bio we just read. Thank you, Sparkle City Guitars. Cool. For the $9.99. How did Ammon go from a franchise to losing his stock after Dad cut off payments and then ended up with the whole company? I have no idea. I mean, that's part of the question. That's part of the thing I'm trying to figure out. Thank you so much for that $9.99. Thank you so much to Savvy Turtle for the $50 super chat. Wow, that's very generous. Thank you. Yes. Making law simple and Valhalla finally made it over here for your trip. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I'm trying to go, but if they're going to be live streaming, and we might not need to. They might be live streaming it. Let's see. Thank you, Christy, for the $5. I truly appreciate how many flowers you give out to people. Credit matters, and there is always enough to go around. Yes, I have an abundance mindset. That's why. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Keep up the fight. Now, not everybody out here has one. I mean, people will just take my work straight up and not give me any credit. It's like, girl, everybody knows where you got that from. Now you just look bad, but it's okay. I'm not doing. I told y'all why I'm doing it. I do it for the information to get out. Yeah, it kind of does aggravate me sometimes to like work really hard and feel like something got, you know, someone else getting credit for something I did. But at the end of the day, I really don't care that much because I'd rather the information get out. Thank you to Zero for the $5. Non-owners can help establish credit card processing accounts if they have all the info on the owner and the owner's signature. He might have set it up. He could have set it up. Yep. Um, allegedly trail tail treats. Wow, that's hard to say. Trail tail treats. For the $39.99 ZAR, corporate fraud is just considered civil. In Utah, I don't know. I don't know if anybody did any fraud. Okay, so what else? McNeff. This part. I'm wondering what the true nature of the relationship between Dave Gibb, the full extent of the nature of the relationship between Dave Gibb and Ammon McNeff, because now Dave Gibb is saying Ammon never had any authority in my company. He never had any power or agency to do any of that. He took my credit card merchant operation deal from under me and interfered with my business relationship, but somehow still he was in a superior position to know the veracity of the facts. I don't know about that. Plaintiffs and corporate. So the fourth cause of action is intentional interference. That's the one I just said, with economic relations. It says Ammon intentionally interfered with this existing economic relationship by, among other things, misrepresenting that Orion, the credit card processing company, misrepresenting to Orion, the credit card processing company, that Ammon McNeff had authority to represent and act on behalf of this Dave Gibbs company, afraid of lawsuits. I mean, that hasn't stopped being weird to me. That's the name of the company, is Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. That's how we got here. Anyway, they're saying Dave Gibbs is saying that Ammon McNeff intentionally interfered with this existing contract between the credit card processor Orion and Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. Whoever that is very likely a legally mine client who has all their business stuff hidden under 5011 LLCs in Alaska and Timbuktu and the Netherlands or something. McNeff intentionally interfered, he said, with the existing economic relationship by misrepresenting he had the authority to do that, and saying that the credit card processor should send funds to a new bank account that was created by Ammon McNeff, despite Dave Gibbs' wishes and rights under the merchant agreement. Ammon's interference was accomplished through improper means, basically lying or doing illegal stuff. His interference was willful and malicious. Okay, and then he asks, the prayer for relief is damages, attorney's fees, don't represent to anybody else, including the Utah Division of Corporations, that he has authority to act on behalf of Afraid of Lawsuits. Take the corrective measures with the Secretary of State. And this was at the end of 2020. I mean, what the hell? Like, everywhere I look, we're just stumbling into Please Stop Looking Please LLC, Loopholes LLC. Y'all are funny. Where is the FBI LLC might be the winner right now. Okay, so enough of that. All right, I have one more thing I want to get to before we get to the RICO lawsuit, but y'all are going to love it because it has to do with Josh Johnson. I have stumbled across a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation that Joshua Johnson did in, sorry, I gotta find it. Joshua Johnson did in 2022. What did I put it under? I think I put it under, let's see. Okay, let me just go to my downloads. Nope, that's the franchise agreement. Ugh, hold on. I got hacked. Just kidding. Annual report. Okay, hold on. Let me, I know how to find it. It's just going to take me a second now. Okay, just give me a moment. Ugh. It like disappeared. This is crazy. It like disappeared in both spots where I had it. I think you get copyright struck for that now. Maybe it's illegally mine. All right, one more moment. Here's the thing of it. I hate when this happens. That's how y'all know I'm not a plant. When it happens during the live. Entangling. They don't want me to find it. I think they might have hit it. Hold on. This happens all the time when I start covering stuff. Like it like very mysteriously just disappears off my, like there's no proof I ever had it. It's like very gaslighting. Oh, I think I know where I put the link. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Ha ha. This is why I have to save links everywhere all the time. All right. So here's this thing that Josh Johnson did. Josh Johnson, this is the guy who was wearing the lumberjack shirt. Okay, Joshua Johnson. It's like, is he the new owner of the Bricks and the Minifigs? Is he the one that came just to take over, or is he the corporate fixer, corporate employee? He also went on his mission in Alexandria, Louisiana in 2004 with Ammon McNeff. This guy right here, Josh Johnson, he is a Bricks and Minifigs franchise owner in Oregon. He is the one that they apparently parted ways with, which I find very difficult to believe, because he told the cops that he also co-owned the Eugene, Oregon store as well as the Salem, Oregon store. So I don't know, did they part ways with the Eugene, Oregon location too? I mean, what part ways with who? But anyway, this man, he wears a lot of hats. He's a Bricks and Minifigs franchise owner. He worked at also apparently Legally Mine LLC. And that's what y'all have been telling me. I mean, I've seen some screenshots showing that, but I haven't been able to find it on the Wayback Machine myself. But he's also associated with this Fortune company, Fortune law firm. Now, I don't know if he's a lawyer, but he did this presentation back in, I believe, 2022. And the title of the presentation, y'all are going to freak out. The liability entanglements of running your own practice. Subheading: don't let your corporate veil be pierced. Josh Johnson, Mr. The court documents are fake. It's fake. It's fake process server. What can we get him arrested for? Brother Johnson, just 4 short years ago, less, was doing presentations for the Fortune law firm about not letting your corporate veil be pierced. And all I can really think about is what we've learned over the last 2 days about what type of business Legally Mine is engaged in. And also, when Ben tried to sue Oh no, you sued the wrong corporation. You should have sued Bricks and Mini Salem Brick Baker instead of Bricks and Mini Baker Salem Brick. Ooh, ha ha, who you gonna sue? You're gonna spend so much time trying to figure out who to even freaking sue. You ain't gonna get no money back from us. And when you do, it's gonna be goofy cart number 4. And we were already gonna decommission that anyway. So you don't have no money to get from us. Josh Johnson. The guy who apparently, according to Ben Mansell, the supposed victim of the Lego heist, stood there with his arms crossed and said, "You're going to spend so much money trying to sue us, you're never going to win." This same man, now I wasn't there. I don't know if he said that or not. That's what Brian Mansell said. I believe him. He did a presentation just a few short years ago, The Liability Entanglements of Running Your Own Practice. Don't let your corporate veil be pierced. Why do we? Let's read his presentation. Now, I did search high and low on YouTube to try to find him giving the presentation. I would much rather have him give it to us. And maybe it is out there somewhere. I wasn't able to find it. So we're just going to read through the slides from Joshua Johnson's presentation, shall we? Why do we create business entities? And it's got a scarecrow right here, like almost just letting you know it is deception, right? What is a straw man argument? It's something that's not real. You put it up so that someone attacks. They're attacking this instead of the real argument. What is a scarecrow? If I only had a brain, like it's a fake man. It's a fake person to trick and to deceive the birds and the, whatever, who might come get your crops, like a scarecrow. Rule 1 of asset protection. Keep your assets separate from your liabilities. He puts a quote that corporations are, in law for civil purposes, deemed to be persons is unquestionable. So this is a case from 1826, the United States versus Amity. This is the corporations are people. First, corporations are people precedent. Corporations are considered persons under the law. Then he cites this Bagley versus Bagley in Battle Mountain, Nevada. I don't know what that case was about. Barbara Bagley. Let me look it up real quick. Bagley versus Bagley. It must be something big. It sounds familiar. Bagley versus Bagley. Versus Bagley case. Okay, here's the case summary for that. He used it in his report. Barbara Bagley and her husband, her common law husband, traveling in their car when Bagley lost control of the vehicle and flipped it 10 days later. The husband, common law husband, died. She was the sole heir and personal representative. She brought suit against herself as an individual, alleging that she negligently caused her husband's death. She sued herself. Girl, I never heard of this one. She sued herself. She sued under Utah's wrongful death and survival action statutes, brought suit to compel State Farm Insurance Company, with whom she had an insurance policy, to indemnify her. This had to be in Utah. It was. Whoa. Okay, anyway, so he cited that. So you could sue yourself. He talks about sole proprietorships. Over 80% of small businesses are LLCs. Those did not even exist before 1977. The LLC was double taxed until 1988. They did not exist as they do now until 1994. The same protections are available to small businesses as to large, if they are structured correctly and follow the rules. Okay, so look, that's where he comes in. He's going to come help you. Now, this looks just like something Legally Mine LLC would be doing, but this is fortune law. What do we mean by protection? Making sure business liabilities can't be satisfied using your personal assets, right? So you can't, it's the corporate veil. Imagine you own these in your individual name: dental clinic, your car, and the investment property. A basic tenet of American corporate law is that the corporation and its shareholders are distinct entities. It's not just shareholders that are protected from corporate liabilities, but LLC owners and managers are protected from the LLC liabilities. This is just kind of giving venture starters vibes. I don't know. This seems like, what are these presentations even doing? In the interests of justice, this is a quote from a 1999 lawsuit, an appropriate case, a party wronged by actions taken by an owner, shielded by the veil of a corporation or a corporate shell, may exercise its equitable right to pierce. So that's what we talked about earlier today in today's video. Earlier in today's video, we talked about this, like how in some cases there may be an example. I gave a cruise ship example. I don't know if that would actually hold up in court. I'm just throwing stuff out there. But you know, where there are some cases where you can definitely go beyond the corporation and go to the person who owns it. Separate entities actually have to be kept separate. You can't commingle the funds. What are the rules? Josh Johnson's going to tell you. Okay, I'm just letting y'all know I'm reading a presentation. I do not recommend any of this advice. I do not recommend listening to these type of people for financial advice. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Josh Johnson. Go hire yourself somebody that specializes in this. This is not me giving any advice. But according to this presentation, what are the rules? The specifics vary state to state, but generally the courts will consider the following. Does one have significant influence and control? I know Making Law Simple talked about this before when he was doing that debate, which was very good, against that attorney last name Branca. He said, I'm paraphrasing here, Bricks and Minifigs might have a steep hill to climb here because they do exercise quite a bit of a large degree of control over their franchisees. So it may end up being the case they are held responsible for what Crystal Law did, and we'll see. You know, it'll be sorted out in court. Other questions the court will look at: if you can pierce the corporate veil, is there a unity of interest and ownership such that one is inseparable from another? The companies or the owner and the company. Would adhering to the corporate fiction, the separateness of the entity, sanction fraud or promote injustice? Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So when we read this RICO lawsuit, which is the next topic on the agenda, remember this right here. When can the corporate veil be pierced? It's whenever, if you don't let the corporate veil be pierced, for example, it would sanction fraud or it would promote an injustice. Okay. What are the rules? Don't commingle the funds. Don't undercapitalize. Okay, this could probably come into play on the Bricks and Minifigs. Is there an unauthorized diversion of funds? These are facts that courts will consider in determining whether there's a unity in interest, whether or not they're going to be able to pierce the corporate veil and get through your little stupid little shell LLCs. Is there an unauthorized diversion of funds? Is there business assets that are being treated as the individuals? Like it's the company car, but you're driving it and it's your car, and it's, you know, you never use it for anything with the company at all, and it's in a different state than the company, and it's never been used for anything with the company, like kind of thing. And are you failing to observe corporate formalities? This would be like annual meetings and elections and stuff like that. Undercapitalization. This is a question from a deposition. So he's giving examples. Did David Jane LLC operate at a profit? Probably not. So it operated at a loss? Probably so. So that's an example. I don't know what that is. I'm not going over that. Think of two different businesses. How do those businesses interact? Do they share bank accounts? Does one pay bills of the other? Right, like McDonald's and Ford, right? Like these are supposed to be two different businesses. Why would Ford be paying McDonald's rent? That doesn't make sense. So they're trying to, you know, do this seminar. Looks like legal advice to me, to kind of act like Josh Johnson, the freaking guy who said Reckless Ben had a fake process server. He's the one doing this presentation. Think about your business. Separation between you and your business, similar to McDonald's and Ford. Do you use your business card to pay personal items? Do you use business assets for personal benefit? Do you use business email address for business and personal? Anonymity is not a valid asset protection. Look at this. Look at this. Example of a complex, legitimate corporate vehicle structure. Girl, they got a private trust company, act as a trustee for Trust A, Protector A, Trust B, Trust C, Protector B, Trust, contract for services, Protector. Like this is how they have this Bricks and Minifigs set up. I'm convinced. That's my opinion. That's why they're not worried about getting sued, because you ain't going to be able to even find who to sue. Like that lady said during the little dentist conference yesterday, take the pot of gold, put a lid on it, and hide it so nobody knows where it is. TriStar got nothing on us, LLC. Thanks so much to Never REI. Is there another, for the £5 super chat, is there another suit in the opposite direction for similar amounts? Do you pay tax on court-ordered reimbursement? I don't, answer to the first question, I don't know. And the answer to the second question is, I don't think so, but I don't actually know either. Thank you to Making Law Simple for the $4.99 super chat. I have to run, but if you wouldn't mind plugging our interview with Crystal and Benjamin this evening at 9 p.m. Eastern, that would be great. Okay, all right. I'm learning right now that there will be an interview with Crystal Law, the former owner of that, that first Bricks and Minifigs location that did the contract with Brian Mansell for the Legos, and her, I don't know if that's her husband or partner. His name's also Benjamin. It gets confusing. Benjamin Gorman. They're going to be on Making Law Simple tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. And I will, that's getting close to my bedtime, but I'll do my best to be in the chat as well. Thank you for the $4.99 as well. Thank you to Carbonated for the $2 super chat. I think 24 Neff CEO BAM is an MLM Ponzi. Oh, I think since 24. Interesting. You think it's a Ponzi? I'd like to see an analysis of that. I mean, I'm saying that because I don't really know like what qualifies something as a Ponzi scheme truly. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you to, oh wow, Bryce. That's crazy. I mean, I've seen a lot of people making this allegation. Of course, I don't know if it's true or not. Bryce, thank you for the $4.99. The lawsuit between the McNeffs was done as theater to cover up their Ponzi. Imagine. Can you imagine? Thanks so much to Aloisi Susube. Sorry, I don't know how to say that. Aloysius? Is that what it is? For the $5 super chat. Thank you for your excellent work. YouTube is lucky to have you catching up here 20 minutes in. Nice. Welcome, welcome. Thank you to Trail Tail Treats for the $39.99. Any of the cops' clients of Legal Mind LLC? Who knows? Who knows? Oh, okay. So I wanted to... Let's finish looking at this. Does liability insurance fit in? Oh boy. Who sells the liability insurance? I swear if this all goes back up to Primerica, I'm going to faint. Liability insurance is your first line of defense. Then they do a Q&A. Join us Friday during lunch in the main CE lecture hall at our booth. It almost looks like he's trying to act like he's a lawyer. Is he a lawyer? Let me look up if there's a Joshua Johnson practicing law in Utah. Utah attorney search. Johnson, Joshua. Joshua Johnson is the most common name you could think of. So, I mean, there is a Joshua Johnson that was a lawyer. Joshua Perry Johnson. I don't know if that's, I mean, I would need a picture. Joshua Johnson's a very common name. Don't pierce the corporate veil. Okay, so, whew. All right, so that was Joshua Johnson's Fortune Law presentation about protecting your assets and not piercing the corporate veil. So let me just reorient everybody where we are here on the web. And now the moment you've been waiting for, we're getting into the RICO. All right. So here we are. Bricks and Minifigs, as we know, is owned, at least in part, by Ammon McNeff and his brother, Matt. Their father is a man by the name of Daniel McNeff. Now, are these companies related? This is a question we can get more into at a later time because I do want to get into the RICO now. But I do have a bunch of different evidence here that I collected from the public record on the question, not only are Bricks and Minifigs and Legally Mine corporately related, but also how and how deep they are. We're not going to get into that. It might relate to LMRA. Thank you and shout out to the person who sent me that information. B on email. I'm not quite done getting my getting my head around all of that, but that's kind of, we're just going to bypass that for right now. Legally Mine LLC, we talked about. This is the dad. This is the stuff we already talked about. Their little conferences, hiding assets with the top on the gold and the top and the whatever. There's an old Legally Mine. It's now called LM Old Co. But now there's a new Legally Mine that just got started after the lawsuit was filed against Reckless Ben. And come to find out, that one is owned by Centra Wealth Solutions and also doing business as it. So now Legally Mine LLC is Centra Wealth Solutions, as if it didn't, get confusing enough there. Legally Mine has gone by many other names as well, including Shield LLC and Vail Corporate. Vail Corporate, as we discussed earlier, does deal with this guy, Bud Lethbridge, and it's doing business as Vail Solutions and Vail Corp and Vail this, that, the other. Okay, so that's Vail, right? So why do we care about Vail? Again, because it has done business before as Legally Mine LLC. So, come to find out, Vail Corporate. And who owns Legally Mine LLC today? Daniel McNeff, the dad of the Bricks and Minifigs owners. Now, we also came across lawsuit paperwork yesterday that would verify, if true, that would verify that Bricks and Minifigs, at least at one point, was owned in part by Legally Mine. Legally Mine actually bought millions of dollars, I think, worth of stock, 450,000 stocks or whatever, shares rather. Now, the lawsuit would say that Ammon and his brother repossessed, or BAM, Bricks and Minifigs repossessed those shares from Legally Mine. And there was this lawsuit and all of that. But now there's, questions about the dad's involvement in Bricks and Minifigs, if any. He changed the name of Legally Mine LLC the day part 1 came out at 4:49 p.m. Or someone did. Someone changed the name to LM Old Co. So he got removed from the website at Legally Mine. He was there until May 31st, Daniel McNeff, but now he's gone and they got Webb up there, Gary Webb or whatever his name is. And then I came across this lawsuit earlier, and guess what it is? It's a RICO. A RICO lawsuit. Yes, it is. Let me pull it up. So I'll start with where I started, which was this lawsuit from 2020. Okay. So making law simple, the question of the day, I think, was yesterday and the day before, and is it ever a RICO, and where's the RICO, and what's the RICO, and all of that. And it's like, first it's like, okay, did Ben do a RICO? And now it's like, okay, did Bricks and Minifigs do a RICO? And it's kind of like just an intellectual question. Of course, it's not an allegation of wrongdoing. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty, but has the dad been involved in a RICO, or have any of these people been involved in a RICO before? Remember, Vail Corporate is another name for Legally Mine LLC. That's what the public records on open corporates seem to demonstrate. So, wait, this is the wrong one. Hold on. So here's this lawsuit from 2020, okay? And it is convoluted. I will let you know. But it's all these plaintiffs, Rebecca Wilson, Dennis Houts, James Dunn, Robert Wong, Carney Look Wong, Kenneth Wong, Mike Hampshire. Okay, so all these people, Lions fan versus all these people. Now, as you will see, one of the defendants is Vail Corporate LLC. Now, you might be off the bat thinking, how do you know that's the same one? Well, I don't, but I'll show you what makes me think it is as we move through this RICO lawsuit. So all the plaintiffs are suing. Why? Well, first we have to talk about the prior action. Remember, this is a lawsuit from 2020. A prior and related action and complaint was already filed in 2016. Okay. This was case number 216 CV 10659-RH-C-MKM. The plaintiffs were all these people. I'm not going to name all them. And the substance of the case, when I tell y'all my jaw dropped to the floor, the substance of the case was that the defendants together, which included Vail Corporate, aka Legally Mine, had formed a RICO enterprise and conspiracy, which had defrauded plaintiffs and many others. Excuse me? Vail Corporate got sued with other people for RICO already? Vail Corporate, you mean AKA Legally Mine, AKA LM Old Co, AKA Shield. I'm going to say it again, Valhalla awaits. Don't you worry. I'm going to say it again. This is, let me tell you the name of the case, the title of the, let's see, do we have a case number here? I want to make it easy for y'all to find this. Send me an email, if you will, Valhalla, and I will email this to you so y'all can have it. Once more, I will read once more. This is page 2. The prior action. So just to remind you, one of the defendants here getting sued is Vail Corporate LLC. All right. There's a prior action before this particular document being filed as the complaint. So this is the first document or the first substantive document in this filing in 2020. Vail Corporate's getting sued with a bunch of other people or a bunch of other companies. But there was a prior action, a previous lawsuit. A prior and related action has already been filed in Michigan. This happened in February 2016. That case number is listed right here. You can pause and get it here. The plaintiffs were, and then he names the plaintiffs. The substance of the case was that the defendants, including Vail LLC, together had formed a RICO enterprise and conspiracy, which had defrauded plaintiffs and many others. Once again, the substance of the prior action from 2016 was that the defendants had formed a RICO enterprise and conspiracy and defrauded these plaintiffs who are now suing. Plaintiffs filed, and you're going to freak out, Valhalla. You are going to freak out when you realize why that case was dismissed. Plaintiffs filed a first amended complaint. They amended that complaint in April. So the first one was filed in February 2016. They amended in April. They add several parties. Okay, then they tell us which ones they added, who they added. Another related action and a complaint was filed in the Eastern District of Michigan in October. So it's more people that keep suing them. It's all these people. There's a whole nother lawsuit. Eva and Lane and Audrey and Invicta and the defendants were, all these different people. But they're realizing because it's supposedly a RICO, like they have to add more and more and more. And so they keep out they need to consolidate the lawsuit. So prior to November 2016, that second case in Michigan was assigned to this judge, Robert Clayland. He had already been assigned that first case. At a status conference in 2016 in November, the judge orally directed the plaintiffs to all get their together before they filed anything else, basically. The court had a status conference. There were several motions to dismiss. The judge accepted reassignment of a companion case. He said that the facts had been largely the same, as well as the legal theories as the defendants in the two cases. So basically, there was just like, they were all trying to sue these people. And the judge is like, look, I don't need to be hearing two cases against these same people for these same things. Y'all got to join up. The plaintiffs filed their second amended complaint in November. And he names who the plaintiffs are. Okay. So at some point, the trial court does dismiss some of the claims and some were dismissed without prejudice, so that gave room for them to go and amend their RICO complaint and file it again, and some of them were dismissed with prejudice, so you couldn't file them again. So the next year, August 2017, the plaintiffs filed with the trial court their motions to alter or amend the judgment, or they wanted to ask to leave and file a new complaint. The proposed amended complaint contained the original parties, but they also added parties. The proposed defendants there included Vail Corporate LLC. This was all in 2017. Then in March 2018, the trial court told the plaintiffs, no, you cannot amend your complaint. I already said your stuff was dismissed, so no, you cannot amend it. The judge said this is the end of the lawsuit. Okay, so all of this is discussing that previous lawsuit that already happened. But this one is 4 years later in 2020, and they're basically trying to bring the same lawsuit again, and it's for RICO and fraud and conspiracy against them, and it brought harm to them, they're saying. They appealed. They appealed that first one. In June 2019, the appeals court actually did overrule the dismissal of their RICO. In part. It says, in relevant part, here is an excerpt. Rebecca K. Wilson and 20 other plaintiffs appeal the district court's dismissal of their claims against all these people and all these companies, including Vail. Plaintiffs argue on appeal that the district court erred in dismissing their claims pursuant to Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 12b-6 and erred in denying them leave to file a third amended complaint. So the appeals court said in its opinion, for the reasons below, we affirm the below decision in part, but we actually overturned their decision as well. This part right here is what I told y'all to keep in mind from earlier when he was talking, Josh Johnson's presentation was talking about the rules. Plaintiffs are 14 individuals, the people trying to sue, and 7 corporate entities, they sue into, associated with some of the individuals. So someone's probably their companies or whatever. And they allege that these defendants, including Vail Corporate, defrauded them and other investors with a complex scheme in violation of the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations, federal RICO, and the state law. Although the nature and the scope of the state law claims are never clearly defined, because there's differences between the federal RICO and the state RICO. Although this case involves 21 plaintiffs making claims against 26 defendants, and therefore involves numerous complicated sets of facts, the facts as relevant to this appeal, which relate largely to the dismissal of the claims, due to what? Look at this right here. Pattern or practice, y'all. Forum selection and arbitration clauses. Okay? Again, this case has a bunch of plaintiffs and a bunch of defendants. One of the defendants is AKA Legally Mine LLC. They're getting sued for fraud and a complex RICO scheme. Okay? But the reason that the lower court dismissed the case was largely related to arbitration clauses. What do y'all keep telling me about this BRICKS and Minifigs company? They make the owners, the franchisees sign NDAs. They make them sign arbitration agreements. They force them into arbitration. That's what y'all have been telling me. Even McNeff versus McNeff, Ammon McNeff and his brother, when they sued their dad, that case first went through arbitration. Even that case went through arbitration. And BAM franchising is mentioned no fewer than a few times in the lawsuit. So I have a feeling there's about to be a whole bunch of new LLCs registered in the next couple days. Valhalla awaits said. Yet another LLC. Adriana, sit down. Wait, did you see my Valhalla? Did you see my web? Oh, they got ops in the chat. Y'all got to get rid of them. Thanks so much to Dan Booz for the £5 super chat. Imagine the city and American Fork Police Department being clients of Legally Mine, and that's why they didn't put anything in the budget for the lawsuit. Stop. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Bryce. Wow. Thank you so much for the $49.99. The Latter-day Saints Church, through Ensign Peak, fragmented one centrally controlled securities portfolio across 13 nominee LLCs, causing public SEC filings to appear as separate independent managers rather than one church-controlled investment fund. I don't even know what to do with that information right now on this live. Wow. Thanks so much for the $49.99. I took a screenshot of that. I'm going to be looking into that later. Ben has no arbitration clause with them. Bet. Thank you, Tail Treats, for the $39.99 ZAR. Yeah, and I don't have one either, and I ain't going to be signing one. Okay. So there was arbitration clauses with the defendant corporations that are getting sued, and one of the defendant corporations that's getting sued is Vail LLC. Vail LLC, the AKA Legally Mine LLC. In my opinion, I'm going to tell you why I think that when we get there. Okay, so they then start to describe the scheme, and y'all are going to faint, okay? Y'all are going to faint. So the lower court dismissed a lot of this because of arbitration clauses. Plaintiffs' claims concern actions that one or more defendants took individually, as well as actions that they undertook as an enterprise or a conspiracy. This is alleged in this lawsuit. Plaintiffs refer to the scheme as the Buying Summit Fraudulent Enterprise. The Buying Summit Fraudulent Enterprise is what these plaintiffs are calling this RICO operation. They allege claims relating to damages in connection with contracts that they made with each other, with one or more of these defendants, including Vail. And they're going to get into the scheme of what Vail does. Don't worry, we're getting to it. Now, I just want to let you know this is a 480-page filing, but hopefully it goes a little bit faster than the 89-page one the other day. Okay, so again, plaintiffs are suing because their previous lawsuit got dismissed, but they're suing again. They already took this all the way up to the appeals court, and the appeals court sent it back down, in part. The lower lawsuits were dismissed or not allowed to go through, largely because of arbitration clauses and forum selection clauses. Can't sue in Alaska, you got to sue in Michigan. You can't sue there, you got to sue here, that kind of thing. The plaintiffs in the case concern actions one or more of these defendants, including Legally Mine LLC, aka Vail Corporate. The plaintiffs allege that these defendants defrauded them, and they did so as an enterprise or a conspiracy. The plaintiffs are calling the scheme, the RICO, the Buying Summit Fraudulent Enterprise. They allege claims relating to damage in connection with contracts that they made with one or more of these defendants in the course of being deceived by the enterprise. Plaintiffs' arguments on appeal concern the dismissal of their claims against the four types of defendants, which were property defendants, education defendants, lending defendants, and JGI, and the refusal of the district court to permit plaintiffs to file a third amended complaint. They think they had a constitutional right to file a third amended complaint. The appeals court said they would discuss the claims concerning dismissal, followed by the denial of leave to file a third amended complaint. And so this right here is pretty much the ruling. Plaintiffs' objection that the enforcement of the arbitration clause, okay, so plaintiffs argued that if they were forced to arbitrate over this fraud and this RICO, it would actually violate their rights because they have rights under the RICO Act to sue. Because the arbitration wouldn't, okay, so their argument is there's a whole bunch of plaintiffs, there's a whole bunch of people that want to sue, and we all want to sue together because we're suing for the same thing and we're suing the same people and companies. So the reason we want to sue is because we all were defrauded, we want to sue together. We have a right to sue them for RICO. But there are these arbitration clauses in place. Once the arbitration clauses are in place, then all these different plaintiffs that are trying to sue, they all have to go to different secret closed door meetings behind doors that it's secret and you can't go to court and it's not all public. And they're saying that's a violation of their rights. When you get defrauded, you're not allowed to force arbitration. That's their argument. And guess what? The appeals court actually agreed. The appeals court actually agreed. The appeals court said they might have some merit to that argument, and it shouldn't have just been thrown out like that. Give me all your stuff and shut up about it, LLC. We force arbitration, LLC. I need to make a t-shirt with something. Help, Jeebus, my secret underwear aren't working. I don't know about all that. I wish I'd taken the easy way, LLC, indeed. I bet you they wish every day they had the easy way. He did try to warn them. Sometimes FINRA brokers will be removed off the site if they aren't active for longer than 10 years. Interesting. The contracts are voided if the parent committed a crime. All contracts are signed on good faith. Exactly. You can't have RICO in arbitration, right? And so, if you want it back, pick it up in Alaska, LLC. Seriously. Okay, so look, this bold-faced part. Next, plaintiffs object that enforcement of the arbitration clause would prevent them from being able to exercise their full rights under the RICO statute, and largely because they would be forced to go into all these separate forums, and they have the right to bring their suit together in federal court. So this is pretty much the decision. Accordingly, plaintiffs are free to bring their claims in Utah courts, in the first instance. So what does the court have to decide first? Before anything else, there's this threshold issue. And so it's kind of a narrow issue that's going back down to the lower courts, specifically whether or not to enforce arbitration clauses due to the concerns of litigating these cases in multiple forums or fora. So this is the question that has to be asked. Everything else kind of gets overturned, but this question was supposed to be the question on first instance. Now, I want to, from a procedural standpoint, I haven't been able to ascertain quite exactly what, where this case stands right now, because I got so lost in the sauce looking at the complaints that the plaintiffs made. I want to read y'all the stuff that they actually were accused of. Okay. So this is, again, Vail Corporate. One of the reasons we're talking about Vail Corporate is because Vail Corporate LLC did business as Legally Mine LLC, which is the Bricks and Minifigs owner's dad's company. And then they worked at it too. Josh Johnson worked at it too. Maybe Brandon Best worked at it too. So here's the parties. Okay. Usually I don't read this section, but this tells you about Vail. Plaintiff Rebecca Wilson resides in Grosse Pointe Park, Michigan, and attended defendants' introductory and training sessions in southern Oakland County, Michigan. Okay, so whoa, hold on. This reminds me of Legally Mine. Remember those training sessions? We watched videos of them yesterday. Plaintiff Rebecca K. Wilson resides in Michigan, and she went to training sessions. She relied on a false infomercial that was shown in Detroit. Oh, now they got infomercials. And she also relied on several fraudulent emails sent out by these defendants. One of the defendants' name is Dean Graziosi. At one such training session, the presenters, who were agents of defendant Vail Corporate LLC, don't pierce the corporate veil, LLC, was out there. Legally Mine LLC, seems like to me, I'm going to tell you why I think that. They were presenting at one of these conferences, and this lady said she went to a training session, and there they were. Another place was there too, Guardian Law. I don't know if y'all have this on your webs. I don't know if y'all have this one on your webs, but Guardian Law is intricately intertwined here in this RICO. And is this another name for Fortune Law? I mean, is it another scheme? I don't know. I'm asking. It's a question. Guardian Law provided legal advice to the attendees of these training sessions, including to this plaintiff, Ms. Wilson, and advised them to engage the legal services of Vail Corporate and Guardian Law. But what was she advised to do? To let them create limited liability companies. So she's at a training session. She goes to this speech. This guy from Vail Corporate and Guardian Law is talking, and she's given this advice to make a whole bunch of LLCs. To which properties that she was going to purchase at a buying summit would be conveyed. So then the owners of the properties would be the LLCs. And you know what came immediately to my mind? Whoa, who owns that Airbnb that called the cops? Is this one of the Ammon? Is this one of the, did they own the Airbnb? I don't know. Graziosi, was he a real estate guy? Let me see. I don't know yet. They're going to describe it in further detail down the road. It just says he was the one that sent fraudulent emails, allegedly several fraudulent emails. Okay, so she was advised to create this limited liability company that was going to buy, then she was going to buy a resident, a property, some property. Based upon the advice, she purchased a package. Oh my God. She purchased a package to attend the so-called buying summit. What in the hell? The package cost almost 40 grand, $39,997 from an unknown entity, and legal services for the creation of a single LLC that was supposed to cost her $495. Now, she purchased this from Vail Corporate and Guardian Law at the training session in Michigan. Further, she received an introductory email from defendant Dean Graziosi promising access to purchasing real estate properties. Okay, so it's like a real estate. Oh, no. Is this an MLM for real? I know we've been like beating around the MLM bush. We don't know that the Airbnb owner called the cops. We only know they told the cops. They heard them talking about stolen Lego. Right. This is not your LLC. Okay, so this is the scheme. Okay, this is the supposed scheme. That Comer guy is also a venture capitalist. $40,000 for alleged supposed theft. And legal advice. The Airbnb is probably in the same wharf as what? Oh, ward. Interesting. Brick by brick. Yeah, no, this is serious brick by brick endeavor here. I know, it's tedious. Okay. So further, she had received an introductory email from this guy, Dean Graziosi, promising access to purchasing real estate properties for pennies on the dollar. Just buy one of our packs and get one of our LLCs and we'll let you buy cheap real estate. Her claims are described below. Okay, so then she describes these other people. Kenneth Wong resides in New York and purchased a buying summit package and purchased legal services from Vail and Guardian Law. Okay, so these are just the jurisdiction section, which I usually don't read, but defendant by PD LLC is a limited liability company organized and existing under the laws of the state of Utah. Registered agent is Blair Jackson, who was one of the ones getting sued, and Invictus Law Firm, and its members are Ryan Pullman, Titan Training Group. How can a LLC be a member of a law firm? Ryan Pullman is the registered agent and member of the Titan Training Group. The registered agent is now Vail Corporate. Okay, so the registered agent of defendant by PD, the registered agent is Vail Corporate. By PD is an affiliate of all of the other defendants in this action. So they're all affiliates by that definition. They're all affiliated. Oh my God. And that seems like that's why they couldn't figure out who to sue in this particular RICO. Like they kept having file this lawsuit, file that lawsuit. This is where Josh Johnson worked before. Bam. Fortune Law Firm. Okay, Valkyrie Storm, this is not Fortune Law Firm. This is Invictus. I don't think Fortune Law Firm is a plaintiff here. Mark Comer also has a huge lawsuit for scamming people before. By PD, by police department. Oh my God, imagine. It actively, okay, so Vail Corporate is an affiliate of all the other enterprises and is an active and controlling member of the Buying Summit fraudulent enterprise. It actively operates many of the other defendant entities who conduct substantial business. None of the plaintiffs are in any contractual privity with ByPD. Oh my gosh. Insiders Cash LLC. They be naming their stuff some stupid names. Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. There was another one I didn't even get to yet called Protect Yourself LLC that Ammon is somehow related to. So now we're talking about Insiders Cash LLC. Its registered agent is also, or was at one point, Vail Corporate, aka Legally Mine. This is insane. This is insane. There's something very weird is going on here, in my opinion. This doesn't seem like business as usual. Okay, none of the other plaintiffs are in contractual privity. Okay, at local training sessions, the presenters on behalf of one of the defendant LLCs were agents of Vail Corporate. So it's like they're there like, oh, hey, we're here for Yancey LLC. But really, Yancey is owned by Vail. Like Vail is on top of all of it. According to this lawsuit. Guardian Law provided and Vail provided legal advice to the attendees, advising them to engage the legal services of Vail, aka Legally Mine, and Guardian Law. Now remember, Vail would later, or Legally Mine LLC would actually later get in trouble last year for the unauthorized practice of law. So this does add up to what Legally Mine was doing. And remember, Legally Mine was one of the owners of stock in Bricks and Minifigs. Next thing you know, Judge Vacation LLC. It's a mountain of LLCs. All this work to do Series N through Z tests to be finance person, and then you do that. I mean, seriously. Okay, so Vail Corporate provided legal advice to attendees. And what was the advice? Advising them to engage the legal services of Vail and Guardian to do what? Create limited liability companies to which properties purchased at a buying summit would be conveyed. There's no reason to believe that Yancey LLC, the defendant, ever employed agents who participated in providing any services. There's a lot of other stuff, this 400-page thing. So I'm going to scroll through quite a bit of it and just focus on the Vail stuff. But remember when I said Vail, I think it is the same Vail because Vail Corporate is owned by that Bud, that Bud Lethbridge guy, Brett, what is his name? Lethbridge. So page 25, paragraph 58, Vail Corporate LLC is a Utah limited liability company purportedly engaged in providing legal services in association with Guardian Law regarding setting up limited liability companies so that such entity will be available to convey properties purchased at the buying summit. Bud Lethbridge is the owner of Vail Corporate and provides, quote, a fraudulent 5-hour lecture. Oh, here comes those lectures again. At the buying summit. What's the purpose of the lecture? To induce victims to purchase the Vail Asset Protection Package for $6,500. As he explains in his lectures, purchasers of the package are entitled to a detailed one-on-one interview with an attorney from Guardian Law, who also is a defendant. Scott Yancey is a minor cable TV personality who markets under his name numerous fraudulent advertisements for the buying summit. He also appears at workshops and the buying summit to endorse and vouch for the honesty and the integrity of the buying summit fraudulent scheme. And this reminds me of that Forbes magazine article or Forbes.com article we read yesterday. Legally Mine LLC has been fined, and so has Ammon's dad, Daniel. They got fined, and they had all kind of penalties they had to do for the unauthorized practice of law in the state of Ohio. And there was an article written about that case. And in the article, the author focused the first half of the article or so, or the first part of the article, on the actual case that happened. And then the second half, he talks about this guy, Mitten, Jay Mitten, J-A-Y. Mitten, M-I-T-T-O-N. And guess whose middle name is J-A-Y? I don't know. Anyway, J-A-Y, Mitten, and the Forbes article kind of describes this Jay Mitten guy as like a snake oil salesman. He was like a scammer, and he would sell these asset protection packs or like packages, and it wasn't really doing anything, and it was like a scam basically. And he said now that guy is dead. He died in 2020, and there's like now a bunch of other, in his wake has been left a bunch of other people that are basically doing what he used to do. Now, the Forbes magazine article did say, don't take this as if we're saying this about Legally Mine or Daniel McNeff. They didn't draw any actual relations between it. But then yesterday, as I kept looking through Legally Mine LLC, I kept seeing like this Jay Mitten guy actually did start that company, but now it belongs to the Bricks and Minifigs owner's dad. It was just hard to kind of keep track of. They keep changing the name of the companies. They open a new one called Legally Mine. The old one's called LMCO or whatever, Old Co. So thank you to Trail Tail Treats for the $39.99. Wasn't one of them a part of a media company? I think Ammon was, a production company. Dan McNeff did work with Jay Mitten, they saying. But one of the things they said about the Jay Mitten guy, one of his like supposedly scammy tactics, was that he would plant people in the audience, shills. He would plant them in the audience, and what they would do is after the presentation, Jay Mitten would do, somebody from the audience would get up and run toward the front of the stage to purchase the pack, to purchase the thing before they would run out of them or whatever. So this kind of feels like a similar type of strategy. You get the news guy to show up, the minor cable TV personality marketing under his name, whatever. He's there and he's endorsing it, so it must be trustworthy. Dean Graziosi is also a minor cable TV personality, according to this lawsuit. He also had appeared at workshops and the buying summits to endorse and vouch for the honesty and integrity of the buying summit fraudulent scheme, according to this lawsuit. So here's the general allegations, which we've already kind of gotten into some of them just by virtue of reading through the parties to the case. But it says, based upon the defendant's fraudulent misrepresentations and other illegal actions, in connection with their fraudulent schemes, as further described below, operating in many states, they are engaged in such violations directly and as co-conspirators. The state law claims arise out of the same transaction or occurrence. These defendants comprise an enterprise okay. So when you're talking about RICO in a lawsuit, you got to name it something. They're naming this one the Buying Summit Fraudulent Enterprise. When we read the Big U, when it's like the Big U Enterprise or whatever. Defendants conducted the affairs of the Buying Summit Fraudulent Enterprise through a pattern of predicate acts, indictable as mail fraud, wire fraud, consisting of numerous and repeated use of interstate wires and the mails for the purpose of executing their fraudulent scheme. Additional incidents of wire fraud include use of electronic payment system for the payment of loan interest. And I need to know, is it Orion from the other lawsuit? RICO provides a private right of action and treble damages, which means triple damages to any person injured in his business or property by reason of a violation. I hope Reckless Ben's going to sue him back for RICO. Unlawful or any person employed or associated with a qualifying enterprise. Okay, so anyone who agrees, so they just lay out the law. Y'all know the law of RICO. Acting together. Okay, here's Okay, here's the factual allegations against Vale. All of the defendants purposefully and with knowledge of the objectives of the fraudulent scheme conspired to further an endeavor, which was in fact completed and thereby satisfies all elements of a RICO claim. Okay, and this all happened with these buying summit fraudulent scheme activities. In paragraph 75, acting together over the past 4 years and to the present day, the defendants employing their own attorneys to pose as representatives Oh, wow. This happens a lot. Some attorney will come and act like they're going to be your attorney, but really they're kind of like have a conflict. It says the plaintiff victims, the ones suing, have engaged. Oh, sorry. The defendants, the ones getting sued, Vale, employed their own attorneys to pose as representatives of the victim to pretend to represent the victims, but really they represent the defendant, Vale and Legally Mine and the scheme. That's the allegation here. It says they have engaged in a fraudulent multi-state real estate investment scheme as a vehicle employed to defraud unsuspecting and naive investors of money, and inducing them to purchase from these defendants investment rental real estate properties, sight unseen in states where the victims do not live, in which the victims had been led to believe they were being offered below market prices, which were knowingly sold by defendants to the plaintiff at prices significantly above market value. So they lured them into investing in these properties. Okay, so these naive investors are like, oh yeah, I want to invest. What am I investing in? And the defendants are like, oh, you're going to be getting this rental property. You're going to go in and own it. We'll start an LLC. You'll own it and you're going to get it for so cheap because we have the hookup. But really, in reality, they were paying way over the actual market price, but they were able to get away with it because it was in states where the investors didn't actually live, according to the allegations. Investment rental real estate. Oh my God, it's a timeshare RICO. I don't know if that's what it is. And I know it's getting tedious, but I know there's still some big brains in the chat. And I know timeshare MLM RICO. Wow. So they look for victims at the seminars. Making law simple said it had a timeshare feel to it. It feels that way, doesn't it? Valkyrie, I wonder how many cops are operating from this scheme. Yeah, you'll get a cool Airbnb. Isn't that interesting? That's why Ben terrifies them. He doesn't behave like a regular victim, how they're used to. Oh, wait, damn. The defendants were investors also, so the money was being made from the useless seminar? I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, hold on. I was about to say timeshare gone wrong, LLC. BJ, way back, Legally Mine USA, organizational website, not commercial, McNeff family affair? What? Let me just take a picture of that. I'll look into this. I do want to look up Legally Mine USA. I wonder if the property... grandfathered and fraud, police, judges, politicians, feds. This goes all the way to the top. Okay, sight unseen. Okay, so the fraudulent scheme initially begins with mailings. All right, so they're describing this RICO scheme. Initially, it begins with mailings or email messages to potential victims from minor cable television celebrities. Oh my God, they're using the influencers. Dean Graziosi and Scott Yancey. Their messages fraudulently induced plaintiffs and others to attend a private pre-auction event. This promise is delivered via mail. When you attend my private pre-auction event, I will show you how to buy property for as low as pennies on the dollar, just like to large institutional investors, how to get the best properties before the public has access to them, how to purchase property at rock bottom prices before they are bid up by hundreds of investors. So these would come as mailers in the mail. Now, more than ever, wouldn't you like to get the best properties before the public has access to them? beginner and experienced opportunities, pre-approved funding. These are the topics to be discussed. Monthly cash flow. How do I get hold of pre-market deed auction properties? Reduced risk. Self-directed IRA 401k. Purchase property at rock bottom prices. Monthly cash flow. Each such email was an incidence of wire fraud, according to this lawsuit allegation. Recipients of the emails and the messages and the mail were induced to attend local dinner or luncheons where they were subject to many hours of promotional speakers. This sounds so MLM, girl. They were induced to go to a dinner, and then they had to just sit there and listen to speakers for the longest, who convinced them to purchase a package of local multi-day training for several $1,000s. Holy I didn't think this is where we were going to end up at the beginning of the week, I'll tell you that. Coextensive with the fraudulent oral promises of defendants, agents at these local events were written materials making similar false promises. Okay, so not only did they get these emails, not only did they get the stuff in the mail, they said once they got to the little trainings and the dinners and stuff, they had written material as well. Rent ready. We find low cost and distressed properties in great neighborhoods. We then perform any repairs or rehabbing that's needed. So now it's a flipping business, girl. Oh my God. Timeshares, house flipping. I actually think my cousin got pulled into one of these. We don't talk anymore, but I think that happened to him. We find low cost and distressed properties in great neighborhoods. We then perform any repairs or rehabbing that is needed. By the time we sell them, you know what I'm thinking of? I don't know why I just thought about Mr. Beast destroying those houses. I destroyed a house just to get a new washing machine. And it's like, okay, so you did it on a YouTube video so you could write it off on your taxes. Is that definitely not an MLM LLC? What's full of holes and doesn't hold water? This story LLC. Y'all are getting creative. It's that South Park timeshare scam episode LLC. 400,000 was made from these seminars. Nudge LLC. Our clients, okay, so by the time we sell the houses to our clients, they are either tenanted or rent ready. Girl, this kind of feels like when you already have a store ready for somebody to buy. Our clients are then able to get great prices without the hassle of doing repairs themselves. This 3-day retreat, they call it a retreat. This 3-day retreat in Vegas gives you the opportunity to buy homes from around the United States at huge discounts. Transactions will be closed on site. In addition, you'll be trained by some of the foremost experts in areas of real estate, tax liens, asset protection. Congratulations on your decision to attend our upcoming real estate workshop. You now have access to our incredible resources and professional assistance. This was from a brochure from Scott Yancey. Initially, defendants fraudulently induced hundreds of naive and unsophisticated investors, including these plaintiffs, to purchase what is described as a training in the purchasing rental real estate for investment purposes at discounted prices. Once one had purchased attendance at a local real estate workshop, the person is then promised access to incredible resources and professional assistance by these workshop presenters. Is this the come down to our table fortune law firm? Come down to our table? Oh, girl. Without discovery, we can't know which entity these people were actually employed by. The promise of professional assistance and their actual use and employment of their own attorneys and their own law firms to provide legal advice and services to the plaintiffs created a fiduciary duty, which was owed by the defendants to the plaintiffs. Also, those attorneys owed a fiduciary duty to the attendees and to plaintiffs, mandating full disclosure of the underlying fraud. The primary purpose of the workshops, they say, was for the presenters to present themselves to the attendees as if they were experts in the field of purchasing rental real estate. Okay, so this isn't a dental conference, okay? This one is real estate. So Legally Mine LLC does dental conferences. Vail does the real estate, it seems. The primary purpose of the workshops was for the presenters to present themselves as experts in the field of purchasing real estate for investment purposes. Rental real estate for investment purposes. So like you'll purchase the house, somebody will rent it out from you. And this supposedly was at discounted prices. They also would purchase then, after that, a buying summit package from the non-existent Insiders Financial Education LLC, Property Education LLC, Yancey Events LLC, Yancey LLC. They also would purchase an asset protection package. That sounds like Legally Mine. Oh, yeah. Who would they purchase it from? Vail Corporation, Vail Corporate LLC. They would get an asset protection package. Doesn't this sound like what Joshua Johnson, who now is a BRICKS and Minifigs, parted ways, now a franchise owner? I hope Ben Schneider sees all this stuff. Not my videos, but just like is aware of the stuff that I am seeing here. Is it Yancey Butler? I don't remember what his last name was. The presenters at the local workshops would inform attendees that attending the buying summit was the only way you could gain access to the purchase for the rental housing for investment purposes at steeply discounted prices. So you can't even do this unless you come to the buying summit. You got to come to the summit. And these were supposed to be rental properties that defendants had located, identified, and purchased through their special methods for specialized resale to buying summit attendees that were vetted and rehabbed and rented and ready to go. Attending the buying summit was the only way that a person could receive this specialized, individualized, and personal advice. Going to the buying summit was the only way they could get guidance and expertise from the staff at the buying summit in selecting and purchasing those discounted rental properties for investment purposes. Each individual plaintiff purchased a buying summit package, relying on the material representations, and all of them paid anywhere from $15,000 to almost $40,000 for their buying summit packages. And this was so they could go there to the buying summit and basically have an LLC buy a rental property that's now their property. The promised consideration they were to receive in return was access to purchase discounted investment rental real estate and specialized, individualized, and personal advice. They were promised guidance and expertise from the staff at the buying summit in selecting and purchasing what they were told were discounted rental properties for investment purposes. This created a broker agency relationship and thus a fiduciary relationship between the defendants and each individual plaintiff who had a duty to disclose the nature of their fraudulent scheme. Further, the defendants, presenters, and their purported expert consultants at these local workshops provided what appeared to be expert legal advice. And the advice was prior to attending the buying summit, they needed to create an LLC. Oh my God. Okay. This is really crazy. If this is true, this is so complex. So pretty much what this lawsuit is arguing it is the whole entire, every company at the summit is in on it. So what you'll do, okay, so here's how it starts. You get something in the mail, a little flyer from your local, whatever, TV personality. Come to my summit, or not summit, come to my local workshop and you'll learn all kinds of tricks and tips, whatever. So you show up there. When you show up there, you're promised all this stuff if you just go to the next thing, which is the buying summit. So what they're told at the first stop is, look, before you go to the buying summit, that's going to be 15 to 40 grand. Before you go there, you got to set up an LLC. You have to set up an LLC before you go to the buying summit. So before you ever even get to the place where you're paying the 15 to the 40,000, you have to set up an LLC. Well, I don't know how to set up an LLC. You might be thinking, don't worry about it. We got people here that'll help you. Who does LLC setting up? Legally Mine. Who just changed their LLC name when Ben dropped part 1? Legally Mine. Thanks so much, Savvy Turtle, for the $50 super chat. Scott Yancey. Armando Montalongo. They were A&E Flip This House person. I'm speechless again. Oh my gosh. Savvy Turtle. Thank you for the $50. I'm so beside myself about the Scott Yancey Armando Montalongo. Oh my God. Look at the first thing that popped up. I bet you they wish they went the easy way now, huh? Put a 4 in the chat if they wish they took the easy way. The web is webbing. I'm speechless. This is the first thing that popped up. CBS News. This is from 2016. April 29th, 2016. I'm going to go and show Reader because I don't like looking at all the other stuff. TV stars' house flip seminars are a flop with some. This is from 2016, 10 years ago. Florida resident Bob Morse hoped to earn a substantial amount of money in a relatively short hoped to earn a substantial amount of money in a relatively short amount of time and provide a more secure financial future for his family. Oh, man, this feels like such similar. Okay, you know what I keep thinking about before we even go further? I listened to Ammon McNeff do an interview before and over the last few days, and the interview's from previous, but I heard it over the last few days, and he had said he was in a prime position to take over Bricks and Minifigs because he had done similar type of stuff before in the past. And I'm just wondering, did he work at Vail? I mean, Vail was Legally Mine. Shell LLC. What in the holy hallelujah is going on? I just keep thinking about that. Like this, the skills you learn operating one of these schemes could translate easily into selling anything like Bricks and Minifigs locations or Marble Slab Creameries or whatever, any franchise. And now I'm remembering the Hardee's connection with Mr. Beast and how there was all those Hardee's and that one family office that owned all those Hardee's. And it's like, are they putting their own family members in charge of each of these? Like, I'm just wondering how much the web is webbing. Franchise churning. Prior to attending the buying summit, they would need to set up and create a limited liability company into which the properties and assets they would purchase at the so-called buying summit. Oh, I'm not on the right thing here. Actually, yeah, let's finish the Yancey article. Florida resident Bob Morse hoped to earn a substantial amount of money in a relatively short amount of time and provide a more secure financial future for his family. That's what he was thinking when he signed up for a seminar about flipping houses, offered by Scott Yancey, known to millions of people as the star of the cable show Flipping Vegas. No wonder people trusted him. Instead, the experience left Morse so embittered that he demanded a refund of more than $30,000 that he had spent for a year's worth of training he considered to be inadequate. I thought that I would have to sue, he told CBS Money Watch, adding that he still feels like he has been taken to the cleaners and back. He recently had half his money refunded, he said, after filing complaints with the attorneys general in Florida and Utah and with the FTC. Similar real estate seminars are offered by Tarek and Christina El Moussa, the stars of HGTV's Flip Flop, and Armando Montalongo, the former star of A&E's Flip This House. The reviews are hardly glowing. More than 160 former students have filed suit against Armando Montalongo, who is the former star of Flip This House on A&E. Who owns A&E? Who owns these companies? I need to see the whole structure, girl. So someone sued this TV host, Armando Montalongo, former star of Flip This House on A&E. Over 160 people sued him. Why? Well, they allege his advice that he sells to wannabe real estate investors for buying dilapidated homes, fixing them, and selling them at a profit doesn't actually work as advertised. And there are complaints about all three stars on websites such as Bigger Pockets, a social network for real estate investors, and online forums such as Yelp. Okay, girls, so now we've been infiltrated into the dental conferences, the pediatricians, and now we're here in real estate. Oh, and Bricks and Minifigs franchises, right? That there's a little bit of a touch of that going on, but I don't know the full connection. This is a live investigation into if they're related and how much. But right now we're reading the RICO against Vail LLC and others, and now we went on a little side tangent about how one of the defendants, there's a CBS News article about Montalongo also got sued. He denounced in a federal civil suit that it was frivolous. He's vowed to file a countersuit, Darvo, against his former students. His spokesperson couldn't be reached for comment. A spokesperson for the other people that run these seminars say they have data to back up the efficacy and professionalism of their seminars. The Better Business Bureau lists 57 complaints filed against Montalongo over the past 3 years. This is a 10-year-old article. 13 of the complaints closed over the last year. According to the Better Business Bureau, the firm that puts on the El Musa's seminars, it's a firm called Success Path Education, also does business under the name Premier Mentoring. The Better Business Bureau says Premier has 159 complaints over 3 years, closing only 13 of the 159 in the past year. April Critchfield, who is the Chief Marketing Officer of Success Path. Okay, I want to go to Yancey. That's who we're talking about. Students who attended Yancey's gatherings. He's the one that got sued in this RICO with Vail. So he's being accused of being a part of a conspiracy in a RICO with Bricks and Minifigs' owner's dad's company. Okay, this guy, Scott Yancey. The students who attended his events, or his gatherings, got advice on how to pick the right type of investment. They also got DVDs and a book titled Flipping Your Way to Real Estate Profits. Oh my God. If this ain't in part 3 or 4 of Ben's video when it comes out, I'm gonna freak out. This needs to be in part 4, Ben. Ow. Not that he's probably watching my videos, but I'm sure he has other stuff to do. Pick the right type of investment is the advice that Yancey would give. His website is full of glowing testimonials from supposedly satisfied customers. This reminds me of that Jay Mitten shill story we heard, but I'm just because something reminds me of something doesn't mean it's the same. Okay. He has also a video showing highlights of, so they're using the actual A&E material as promotional material for these seminars. The show went off air in 2014, but the reruns are broadcast on A&E sister channel. Yancey's seminars are connected to a company called affluence.edu, which has a D-, another company name for those keeping track. Put that on your web. Affluence.edu, which has a D- rating by the Better Business Bureau for failing to address complaints from customers. So this guy, the supposed victim that went to the gathering in Florida, was run by Abundance EDU, a site that seems identical to Affluence EDU. Oh, click on it. Failed. A third entity called Yancey Events is the main website where the seminars are promoted. Yancey Events is rated C+ by the Better Business Bureau for addressing complaints, with 20 complaints listed over the past 3 years. The relationship between these various Yancey-related companies isn't immediately clear. and calls were not returned. Okay, so this is the same year that the RICO was originally filed, or the first one. The Yancey name remains a draw in the real estate world. When Morse and his wife, Kim, went to their free introductory seminar at a hotel conference room in Tampa, oh my God. Are we sure this isn't actually just Scientology? Mormons are catching a lot of strays. When Morse and his wife, Kim, went to their free introductory seminar at a hotel conference room in Tampa, they couldn't wait to get started. They brushed aside complaints from some fellow attendees about the quality of the food or the fact that Yancey and his wife, the co-star from Flipping Vegas, weren't actually even there. They soon shelled out money for both real estate training and a class on trading stock options. Oh, girl. She said, I honestly didn't really expect to see them at a low-key event. Though his name and face were plastered all over the place, we wanted to meet the superstars from TV. Wow. So basically the allegation is they're using these famous people to kind of lure these unsuspecting, naive people. And they're like, oh yeah, you can be a real estate investor. They sign them up for these LLC companies and all of these packages, and thousands of dollars later, it's like, these people are like, what? It would be hilarious if it was Scientology, given Ben's history. I know. Thank you for the $2 super chat, IT Guru. 3 LLC Monty Game LLC. Thank you, Gen X, for the $2 super chat. This ain't our first Ricodio LLC. Y'all are getting a little creative with these. Thank you, Make Bots, Not Love. Oh, girl, don't make bots. Thank you for the $5. Just making message stand out because people doing this research deserve to be paid for such a thankless effort. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you to Bryce for another super chat, $9.99. Thank you so much. Same thing that happened to me, but they told me I was buying when they actually were using me as a straw buyer. This is what I kind of feel like could have been happening at the Bricks and the Minifigs. They're putting someone else kind of on the hook. I don't know. I don't want to get too much into my speculations because I really don't know, but I've wondered this. And thank you so much for the $9.99. When they were using me as a straw buyer, used me to finance the loan and fraudulently launder the money. That is crazy. Thanks so much to Penn Bricks. Dan McNeff said Ammon had been allocated. No, he said assigned. Thanks so much for the £2 super chat. He said assigned. Assigned. Thanks so much to Jim for the $10 super chat. Support Ben and his legal fees. There's a give, send, go for him up. Go drop some support, you guys. We have to fight this. If y'all want to donate, y'all can. I know that there's like another YouTuber who has set up a give, send, go for Ben. I don't know if Ben has authorized that. I don't know if Ben wants that money. He has made other statements about GoFundMe's, even though he's gagged. So I personally would rather hear it straight from him. But if y'all want to go and support the Give, Send, Go, it does appear to me as though the organizer, who I've never heard of, and I really, truly, I mean, no disrespect at all whatsoever. It looks like the person's very highly respected and all of that. And it is great that he's trying to help Ben out, if it is what it appears. I'm not going to send my viewer somewhere and be like, send your money over there, because I really, at the end of the day, really don't know exactly where the money is going to be going. But it does appear as though the money will be going to Ben, but I also don't know if Ben necessarily, like, that could trip him up. That could be like, oh, is that a conspiracy? I don't know if he wants that money. You know what I mean? So thank you for the $10 super chat. And yes, there is a give, send, go if y'all would want to donate to it. Thank you to Head High Swell for the $4.99 super chat, and to Scruffy Mans for the $2 super chat. You probably do more work than the IRS right now. I heard they were understaffed, so they might be working hard individually. Thank you for the $2, Scruffy. Okay, let's get back to this RICO allegations, the lawsuit against Vail LLC, and oh my God, now we got done pulled a whole nother part of the web in, these famous people from the real estate flipping shows. So these people say that they were kind of lured with the famous people to these places, not the buying summit, to the workshops or the free lunches or the dinners. They would be encouraged to create a limited liability company so they could go to the buying summit. Once they were at the buying summit, they would use this limited liability company to deposit their properties and their assets that they purchased at the buying summit. Defendant's presenters recommended that this be performed through defendant Vail Corporate. Oh man, they played a really large role in this. According to the lawsuit, all of the contracts wherein any of the plaintiffs purchased a buying summit package also, so every single one of these contracts had an area on the contract to select the purchase of asset protection from Vail Corporate, aka Legally Mine LLC. Legally Mine LLC was at least, maybe still is, but was at least at some point owned by the current owners of BRICKS and Minifigs. This is crazy. This is crazy. Put a 5 in the chat if this is absolutely crazy. Insane. No one can just tell you how this is connected to BAM, because if you were paying attention, the whole entire live stream is trying to figure out if BAM is connected. So no, we cannot condense a 4-hour live stream to tell you an answer to a question that hasn't been answered in 4 hours. Stupid. Can someone just tell me what's the... No one can tell you. Do it yourself. These are public records. Anyway. Okay. So all these contracts would have the option to purchase this so-called asset protection. And guess who the asset protection would be organized through? Vail, aka Legally Mine, aka the owners of BRICKS and Minifigs' dad's company. All purchasers of these asset protection packages from Vail were then directed to have a person-to-person. So you just get, like, once you're on the conveyor belt, you just get sent. First, you got to make your LLC. We got an LLC company for you. Then you got to do some financial advice. We got a financial advice for you. Then you need to do legal advice. We got a lawyer too, guardian. And all the while, this lawyer is, their lawyer over there at Vail too, and they're changing their names and they're changing their thises and their that's. So once they would purchase the asset protection plan from Vail, which was an option, right? So, you can add this on, add this package, add that package. So all the contracts had this option, okay? Everybody that's suing took that option on except 2 people. So Sands and Owens, they get left out, but everybody else, they went on to round 2, next step of the conveyor belt. They purchased asset protection plans from Vail. They were then directed to have person-to-person interaction via email or on the phone with a person from so-called Guardian Law. I haven't even had a chance to look into that company yet. But it was a Utah law firm, or is, I guess, which is and has been the attorneys representing the defendants in this case. They also were providing legal advice to the victims, according to this lawsuit. In an email to attendees, Vail, aka Legally Mine, described Guardian Law as follows. And this was an email to buying summit attendees. They had already paid their $15,000 to $40,000. What is Guardian Law? They said Guardian Law is the, quote, fulfillment law firm for Vail Corporate's asset protection clients. Guardian Law offers attorneys and paralegals who are well versed in Vail Corporate's asset protection strategies. Girl, are these strategies legal? This email is an incidence of wire fraud, according to this lawsuit, because it facilitates and perpetuates the fraudulent scheme. Plaintiffs Lane and Audrey Lundstrom received an email from Dan Holy of Guardian Law in 2014. Welcome to Guardian Law. We are a fulfillment law firm to Vail Corporate, aka Legally Mine LLC. We are so excited to work with you. Vail Corporate has asked that Guardian Law assist you in the creation of your limited liability company. We are excited to start this process, and according to our records, you have purchased a Utah LLC. We need a little information from you to begin setting up your LLC. Once you have the information requested to complete all the steps below, simply reply to this email and we will get started. The Guardian Law Firm represents the defendants at the same time. Because of their professional activities in providing legal services for plaintiffs at this stage of the, quote, fraudulent scheme, both defendants, Vail, and Guardian Law had a fiduciary duty to disclose to their clients, the plaintiffs, the full extent and nature of the scheme, including the multiplicity of contradictory foreign selection and arbitration clauses. So baked into the contract, there are different forum selection clauses. You have most certainly signed a contract with one of these before. A forum selection clause is where if something happens under the terms of this contract and we got to go to court, we both agree we're going to court in state X. All right. So if you enter into a contract with a certain company, they may want to litigate the case in New York, or they may want to litigate the case in Delaware. Forum selection clause. So for you to sign the contract, you agree to the contract, you say, okay, I agree that we can go to court in Delaware if we have to go to court. But can you be my Siri voice, please? No. Just come to the live show. So in this particular case, what they're saying is in these contracts that they were kind of forced or induced to sign, one of them might have a forum selection clause that says you have to litigate in Alaska, but then another part of the contract might say New York or California or whatever. And so it's like, it was just LLC on LLC, forum on forum. They said the full extent and the nature of the scheme was not relayed to them, including the multiplicity of contradictory forum selection and arbitration clauses. Now, remember, the reason that this RICO got dismissed in the first place, a large reason that this RICO got dismissed in the first place against the Ammon McNeff's daddy's company, and maybe even Ammon McNeff was working for him at the time. Who even freaking knows? I mean, this lawsuit's from 2020. Due to the fraudulent nature of the scheme, there was contradictions in the forum selection clauses and arbitration clauses, because why would you have a forum selection clause if you have an arbitration clause? That in and of itself is a contradiction. If you're going to go to arbitration instead of court, why do you need a forum to go to court in? Because you're going to arbitration. So that was contradictory, they say in. Yeah, this is interesting to me too. Gregory Christensen is the managing partner, GL, but Christensen is also the last name of the Legos owner. The Holloway, don't F with Lego. Okay, so the full extent. Okay, so failure to disclose these matters makes all the following agreements between plaintiffs and the scheme participants void or voidable, including the arbitration clauses. These purported workshop entities, insiders, Yancey, they appear to perform a distinct and specialized role within the fraudulent enterprise. They appear to perform a specialized and distinct role. Their role was to attract and sign up potential victims for the scheme with false promises, lies, false promises to create a relationship of trust. That was, they wanted to get these poor victims as trust. Further, the presenters, hold on. Further, these presenters and their employers were in effect sales agents for Vail, aka Legally Mine LLC, aka the company that Ammon and his brother, the Bricks and Minifigs owners, were part of. These presenters were pretty much just sales agents for that company and guardian law. Further, without discovery, plaintiffs don't know the entity which officially employed these presenters. And isn't that their whole scheme? Like, that's what why didn't that come up? Sorry. I'll pull it back up. My bad. I didn't see it went down. Something happened where everything glitched all of a sudden. We keep coming back to this, but the whole thing with the Legos and stuff is like, who are you going to sue? Even Ammon, remember Ammon, when Reckless Ben came and knocked on the door at corporate or whatever, and Ammon comes out and it never happened. When we kind of first get the first glimpse of Ammon with the mustache, and he's like, never happened, didn't happen, never happened, didn't happen. And then after he says that so emphatically, without having any idea what happened and didn't happen, I don't know how you can know. He then says, who? Well, who? Again, who? Again, like he had never said it, but he then said it again as if he had said it before. Who stole your Legos? Because he already knew in his mind, in my opinion, from years of knowing how to manipulate, in my opinion, corporate LLCs and shells and this and that. He already knew them Legos weren't in Salem Bricks LLC no more. They had maybe been taken in a U-Haul across, county lines to somewhere else or something, perhaps. I don't know. Who are you going to sue? It's like, who are you going to sue? You shouldn't have sued Brick Salem, da-da-da. You should have sued Kaiser Salem 022. Allegedly. I don't know any of this as a fact. I'm reading a lawsuit. I don't know what's true, what's not. People can lie in lawsuits. I don't know. The bargain for consideration with plaintiffs and thousands of other victims who purchased these training and buying summit packages for tens of thousands of dollars, we were entitled to receive expert guidance from these alleged expert consultants who were supposed to help us for a fee to determine appropriate properties to purchase at steep discounts. This was supposed to happen before the public had notice of them. Prior to or at the buying summit, attendees were provided by defendants with a knapsack, like a book sack type of thing, labeled the Buying Summit. This contained a copy of the Buying Summit Workbook, Exhibit O. Oh, I want to look at that. This contained statements that reinforced and reiterated the prior fraudulent misrepresentations that were already mentioned. On page 27, there was a reinforcement of the fraudulent misrepresentation. It said, what resources do you use to complete the due diligence? We use some, if not all, of the following: core logic, reports, traditional, comparable sales, title searches, contractor reviews, third-party inspectors, property management inspections. On page 19 of the Summit Workshop book, Guardian Law was represented to the attendees as a strategic partner. This induced plaintiffs to believe that they were going to be having Guardian Law work for them. Our real estate team specializes in rental income, finding wholesale properties, rehabbing for occupancy, marketing and tenanting, securing property management. These plaintiffs attended these buying summits and they were subjected to rounds and rounds of motivational speakers. Oh, I'm feeling MLME. Extolling the real estate bargains that could be purchased from their agents in the adjacent area of the event facility. Oh my God. Is this what Josh was doing with that Fortune Law? I need more information on Josh. That's what I'm looking up next. After I get off this live today, I'm doing a deep dive into Fortune Law and Josh. And is Fortune Law in any way related to, what's it called? Legally Mine. Because each initial fraudulent sales pitch and the training sessions performed across the nation and the buying summit events were all replicated in virtually identical form over and over and over. A conspiracy among the participants to violate the RICO statute may be inferred from circumstantial evidence. Specifically, plaintiffs were instructed at the buying summits by Corey Thurston, whose actual employer is unknown. Plaintiffs have located 2 sets of official buying summit DVDs. Oh my God, upload them to YouTube, which contain audio and video of 2 distinct and complete buying summit events so that plaintiffs need no longer rely on their memories. I want to see the buying summit DVD. On one official buying summit DVD, Corey Thurston announced to attendees that the property direct goes out, spends time fixing, renting, getting property management together. That's the whole idea. And they put a turnkey investment together so that they have positive cash flow. This is the same role played by defendant John Graham, Inc., with the fraudulent enterprise and the conspiracy. On one official buying summit DVD, Corey Thurston announced to the attendees that each attendee will be having a personal consultation with an alleged expert consultant. They literally have teams all around the nation going through, doing the due diligence and getting these things ready through the rehab and the fixing and the property management. And they have them all around the country, like I said. And we have a few of them this weekend to sit with you and have personal consultation with them. We've brought a great staff out here. Toward the beginning of the Buying Summit event that was recorded on one of the official Buying Summit DVD sets, defendant's attorney Blair Jackson of Invictus Law appeared on stage and was introduced by Corey Thurston as being associated with Guardian Law. Oh, girl, we're one step away from Fortune Law. One of the strategic partners of the Buying Summit. How many of you would like to have a relationship with some type of real estate attorney? We have that here for you this weekend. That law firm is called Guardian Law. Representing Guardian Law, this is Blair Jackson. He'll have some others over at the booth. They're here all weekend. Make sure, especially if you get involved in tax liens or anything this weekend, that you stop by and introduce yourself to Guardian Law. And if you have questions, obviously, they're here for you this weekend. Let's give Blair and his team a big round of applause. Woo! Tell me, Blair, tell me if Blair Jackson is at Legally Mine LLC. More like Insidious Law. But only this weekend you have to be fast. This further induced the plaintiffs and other attendees to presume the truthfulness of the promises and the legitimacy of the buying summit process because licensed attorneys were working for them and have vouched for it. On one of the official buying summit DVDs, an attendee asked a question of presenters, Dean Graziosi and Ryan Pullman, about purchasing additional properties as alumni of the buying summit. Oh, okay. So you're right. Oh my God. Whoever just said that, you have to act fast. It's today only. Literally, you can't do, like, if you don't buy at the buying summit, you can't buy. Wow. So there's already the sunk cost. You've paid $15,000 to $30,000, $40,000 to even just go. You've opened your LLC. It's like you kind of feel like you got to buy something now. Oh my God. Somebody asked, hey, look, once we come to the buying summit, we got trained and all that. Now we're alumni, I guess, right? So can we buy real estate at cheap prices after today or after this event? He was told the only way to have access to the purchase for the property direct properties that are vetted and rehabbed and rented and ready to go, if you're not at the buying summit, is if you're in the buying summit alumni group. Okay, so here's the question. As alumni of your organization in the future, can we contact you to buy houses out of your inventory which have been vetted? Dean says, absolutely. Once you are alumni, and Ryan can say this better, whoever Ryan is, you have the opportunity to get all the deals as they come in. Literally the only way to get to the property direct properties is being part of this group. Okay, so how do I do this? Do I do it by going on the internet? He said, no. Not on my site. It would be on Ryan's Property Direct, right? Ryan Pullman. Yeah. So again, meet with the guy, your consultant, and help him understand exactly what you're looking for. You know, if you have $50,000 or $5 million, oh my God, this is crazy. And how you put it to work. This is from a Q&A. I'm reading a transcript. And this is one of the defendants, Ryan. He said, then these guys will actually coordinate with you and say, okay, you only want to be in the New York area, or you only want to be in Florida, or you only want to be in Illinois, or wherever it is. And as we have the properties that meet that criteria for you, we will present them to you and put them in front of you. And if they make sense, then you can pull the trigger. Question, okay, how do I contact you? Whichever member handles this is their.com. It's readyprop.com. But also, you got somebody assigned to you that's in your section that came and gave you an appointment card. Okay, so I'll talk to you later on. Okay, yeah. Okay, so while meeting with the defendants, purported expert consultants at the buying summit, homes for sale were displayed on internet monitors and generally contained a photograph. This seems so scammy. Of the home and a suggested retail price. The suggested retail price for each home would invariably far exceed the true cash value. Okay, so they had these like monitors set up, these TVs set up with houses or whatever on it, and then it would say, you know, suggested retail price $1 million, but really it was only worth 100,000 or whatever, kind of thing. And the balance due on any loan provided by American Cash Fund LLC. Oh, girl, definitely got to save that one's name. Or Insiders Cash LLC, a fact well known in advance by all defendants, was in fact an essential aspect of their fraud scheme. Basically saying, oh, look at these great properties you could buy. They're worth so much money, but they really weren't worth that much money. And the whole time they're like, oh, we have expert appraisers. We have experts. We have experts. You wouldn't know. You can trust us. We've been vetted. We vetted them. Each internet display described was an incidence of wire fraud, virtually, according to this lawsuit, Virtually all of the homes offered for sale had invariably been recently purchased prior to resale to plaintiffs by agents of the defendants at below market prices or distressed sale prices, often by defendant John Graham Inc., acting on behalf of the fraudulent enterprise and conspiracy as one of the teams locating such discount property, as well as, hold on, virtually all these homes offered for sale had already been recently purchased prior to resale. Okay, so this group would buy the houses and then just resell them to people for higher prices, and it was these poor schmucks. Oh my God. Are they in payday loans too? I wouldn't be surprised. Blair R. Jackson is closely... Stop it. Blair R. Jackson is closely related to Legally Mine. He functions as one of the primary network attorneys who handles the... It's not Blair Jackson, it's Blair Pullman. Pullman. Stop. What if Lego is the actual mastermind behind all this? That I don't think that's what's going on. We Steal from Old People LLC. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat, making law simple. We Steal from Old People LLC. Oh wait, that one's taken. Yeah, well apparently you can just make yourself the managing member and take the first one out if Ammon and the allegations made in the prior lawsuit are any indication. Thank you for that $4.99, making law simple. I did plug the episode that you have, the show you have coming later today. I'm going to try to be awake for it. I usually start fading out around 9:30. I wake up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to try to be there for it though. Thank you to Bryce for the $9.99. Not trying to interrupt your stream, but I sent you docs. Yeah, I saw how they manipulated the price appraisals, conflating what they planned on never doing and denying this in the email later. I haven't had a chance to go through all those docs yet, but I did get your email. Thank you for the $9.99. Thank you, Kai and Kiana, for becoming a new member. And Savvy Turtle, thank you for the $10 super chat. Dean and Ryan were selling problematic tax liens off their books, while Yancey, Armando, etc. were marketing for LLC's service selling. Oh man, Savvy Turtle, I want to see your map. Your web, I want to see. Sounds like you got it all figured out. Because I could kind of see like the outlines, the contours of the thing. Okay. Plaintiffs and the other victims were encouraged by defendants' alleged expert and alleged expert consultants to purchase homes in states where they did not live, so they would be unlikely to view or inspect the purchased property in advance or soon thereafter. Thus, they would remain unaware of the actual condition of the home and the value for the longest possible time. This tactic was an essential aspect of the scheme. As a further aspect of the defendant's scheme to defraud, plaintiffs and other victims were induced to purchase these overpriced homes with loans from the defendants. And then they would be making, oh my God, this is huge. This is a huge scheme if true. As a further aspect of the scheme, plaintiffs and the other victims were induced to purchase overpriced homes with, quote, loans from these defendants. They had this distinct role within the fraudulent enterprise and conspiracy. In a typical case, defendants' sales agents would promote via internet monitors at the buying summit the purchase of a home as having a suggested retail price, for example, $68,000. But it could be purchased from one of the property sales defendants for the bargain price of $60,000. Such a home would have an actual true cash value of actually between $25,000 and $35,000. So they were like over double. About double. A participant in the fraudulent scheme would have recently purchased the home for between $20,000 and $30,000. But they were offering it for this low sale price of $60,000. So like double. The buying summit attendee/victim. This is like a way, it feels like bricks and minifigs. I'm sorry, it does. Because the bricks and, this is my opinion. Let me just put up my opinion disclaimer. I know I already have one going, but I'm ready to say my opinion real quick. And I don't really want to be misquoted or said to be saying something as a fact. Bricks and minifigs. I had someone run some rough numbers. Of course, we don't really know how much these corporations, these little franchises make or whatever, but on average, I don't think that the average Bricks and Minifigs franchise store owner actually turns a profit on average. I think if they have more than one store, they might turn a profit. And if they have a store in a great location or they're exceptional, they might turn a profit. But I actually don't think, this is just thoughts, that the Bricks and Minifigs franchisee one store owners really make that much profit, if any. So what's the point? Well, Bricks and Minifigs itself gets to still keep being valuable as a name, as a brand, as a corporation. They have people who they basically have convinced are owners of something actually just working as employees. It's kind of like an MLM. I'm not saying it is an MLM, but it kind of reminds me of that. You're basically like having people purchase jobs for themselves. Like you can make maybe $40,000, $50,000 a year if you're the one that's working there or whatever. I don't know exactly. Somebody who's been in this world, somebody who has access to these, numbers and stuff, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it almost just seems like Bricks and Minifigs just has like they already own the store, right? I'm thinking of Crystal Law. I'm thinking of that other guy, Last Relic, who claims that he was also a former owner of a store, a franchise owner, and they never really fully pull back. Like they were guarantors signed as Bricks and Minifigs signed as guarantor on Last Relic's lease. Crystal, for example, Last Relic, even Ammon McNeff, his own self, started out as a manager of a store that was already in existence. So you start managing a store, and then it's your store. Then you buy the store. It seems like a way to get like a straw buyer. Like it does seem like a way to put somebody else on the hook for stuff while you still somehow maintain control of the asset and benefit from the asset. They also make franchisees purchase territories. When they default, while making people be invested in something that they think is worth something, it isn't putting them most likely into debt, which the loans coming from these same dirtbags. So it would mean that when they default on the loans, they're not going to be able to come and take it from these people. Same thing. Maybe so. Bingo, Doug said. It's not just the franchise, it's the licenses. I don't really know. I'm just telling you feelings. Okay, these are feelings and thoughts. The buying summit attendee would then be induced to put $13,000 to $19,000 on the purchase down. So down payment $13,000 to $19,000. Now this is after they've already paid $15,000 to $40,000 just to get into this summit. So now they're up to, if I'm calculating correctly, over 20, 30, 40,000, 50, 60. Okay, so so we're talking about these homes here that are being advertised on the TVs. They're actually homes that one of these people in the defendants already just bought. They already flipped the home. They already bought the home. It's worth about $20,000 to $30,000. But they telling these poor victims, these poor schmucks at the buying summit, that it's actually worth 30 to 60. So like double. The story keeps going and going and going. No, I mean, I have days and days and days of this to go. Hope y'all are ready. This is what I'm trying to kind of figure out. Make bots not love. The Bricks and Minifigs franchise agreement seems like an evolution. Instead of convincing folks via expensive ads, they just use Legos and popularity. I don't know. I don't know exactly. Like, it definitely does seem like it's an evolution somehow. I don't know, though. I just want to keep saying I don't know. And I really mean it. I really don't. I don't know. The same way they came and repossessed the BAM store. Kenzie. People have confidence in Legos, so they don't need a TV personality. The trick is to get the people. The trick is to get the people who are glad to work with something they love to open franchises all over the place. You have a fine print that allows you to take over lucrative locations for inventory. Tiki said, doesn't Bricks and Mini Pricks offer their franchise? I'm speechless again. Doesn't Bricks and Mini Pricks offer their franchise owners loans at 20%? You are lying. Thank you, Lion Dust, for the €6. Perhaps one day you can check out Bricks by the Box LLC. I do have that on the list to check out. Thank you. People are saying, yo, haha, yes. 1.5% a month. Yes. They're making money, churning franchise. Burger Lord, thank you for the $5. Crystal, they said, was late on her rent. When they took the store, do they own the building too? How do they know about her rent? Oh, Kenzie said, this is what I'm saying. It's the same thing. Everything funnels back to them. I don't know if it does or doesn't. Okay, IT Guru said no, 20% is not accurate, but they do charge 1.5% interest per month. Oh, man. In regard to the TV shows Flip This House and Flip or Flop, try looking into Zurich's and Nudge LLC, but you most likely did guess it where that leads. Do they wish they had taken the easy way? Doesn't Bricks and Mini? Okay, they force the franchisees to use an approved lease agreement that's tied to Bricks and Minifigs. The franchisees don't own the buildings. According to Crystal, they controlled the account and the notifications were all sent to corporate headquarters. So they basically shut her store down for not allowing her to pay rent. Penn Bricks said because the lease was in their name and they wouldn't release it to her or the bank accounts. So she couldn't see either or no. Is this legal? I don't know. Maybe. Ammon said, landlord kept calling Bricks and Minifigs saying the rent was due. The 20% number is annual, according to LUS. What they did to the last relic was actually refuse his rent payments. Do they pay corporate for the rent? Who in turn doesn't pay the landlord? They owed the legally 1.5 per month, so like 19.6 yearly compounded. That is accurate. Oh, wow. Oh my God. Yeah, seriously. I just need, that equals about 20% per year. This is what a question I have been looking into, Sonic Speed. The answer today, right now, 3/36, June 11th, 2026, I don't know. But Sonic Speed said, who actually owns the band properties? Plus 10% for royalties and advertising. That's illegal usury rates in most states. Wow. What is the store owner churn rate? I'm honestly like, my brain is going like, I'm buzzing. My brain is buzzing. In a typical case, because we're back to this RICO case, we're only on page 41 of 480. What else could go wrong? In a typical case, the sales agents would promote their internet monitors at the buying summit. They would try to promote the purchase of a home, having a suggested retail price of like, let's say, for example, $68,000, but then they would offer it for $60,000. In reality, the house was only worth $25,000, $30,000. And one of the defendants, one of the fraudsters, had just bought that house for maybe $20,000 or $30,000. So they're still going to make $5,000, $10,000 off the house. Jesus Christ. Then the buying summit attendee/victim would be induced to put down $13,000 to $19,000 on the purchase of the home. So basically they would almost buy the whole house. So they just bought the house for the person that actually owns the house by being induced fraudulently, according to this lawsuit. they would put down $13,000 to $19,000 on the purchase of the home, with the balance plus closing costs of about $2,000, 10% origination fee. This would be financed with a purported bridge loan from the defendants. Jesus. The sales entities and the lending entity both had distinct roles in the fraudulent enterprise. So one of the entities would be like, oh, I'm going to give you a loan. But it was like they were scheming. One of them was like, oh, I'm going to sell you the home. They were scheming too, and they were in on it together. That's what the allegation is. Plaintiff, this is a racket. If this is true, this is absolutely a racket. If this ain't a RICO, I do not know if I've ever seen one. This is a racket if this is true. And we don't know if it's true. This is allegations in a lawsuit. People can lie. Plaintiffs and other victims were induced to enter into these loan agreements as the proximate result of false statements. The false statements were made by the defendant's sales agents, and these loans could easily be refinanced at much lower rates with local banks once the victims returned home from the buying summit. As an essential aspect of the scheme to defraud, defendants' victims were told at the buying summit that these loans from American Cash Fund and Insiders Cash LLC were bridge loans, which could easily be refinanced at much lower rates if the borrower just waited 6 months to seek refinancing after completing the purchase. As part of their scheme, the victims would be told that these bridge loans could be easily refinanced. We just read that sentence. By waiting 6 months after completing the home purchase transactions with the various defendants, so that there would be a sufficient interval between each victim's purchase of a home and the time they would discover that the homes could not be refinanced at all because the value was significantly lower. Okay, so they basically would do this whole, oh, it's a bridge loan, oh, it's this, that, the other, just to basically make the people think they couldn't do anything with it for 6 months anyway. Then by the time the 6 months passed, then they would maybe discover they had been defrauded. This behavior has been admitted. Oh God, somebody please. Oh wait, hold on. You know they done took this down. Yeah, not available anymore. They took the video down. This behavior was admitted on YouTube. Alex Nickel, February 20th, 2015, client success, Income Property USA. He formerly could be found online. In the video, it's now been deleted. I just checked. The defendant, Agent Nickel, explains how he builds relationships of trust with recalcitrant and suspicious buying summit attendees. Girl, so there was trainings on how to dupe the trainees. My God. This is Alex Nickel, your property specialist. I just have a little story about some of my clients this past summit, or a couple summits ago, actually. Girl, so they in an MLM too. It's a multi-level MLM. It's multi-level on top of multi-level. He's like now training people how to dupe people at the summits. I have a little story about some of my clients this past summit or a couple summits ago. They came into the thing very skeptical, being that they had never done real estate before. This is terrible. They wanted a change in their life, but they didn't know what avenue or what vehicle they should take. So they took a jump, a leap of faith right off the cliff into the ravine, and started doing these trainings with us and understanding how to invest. And when they got to the summit, they were the type of clients that were arms folded, kind of like, I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to get to know anybody. That's me. Me too, girl. Luckily, they were able to loosen up a bit, meet our staff, understand that we were there for them in their best interest. No, you weren't. So, I mean, at least not according to this lawsuit. He said, so if I was able to sit down with them, go over a consultation for about an hour and a half, that's just about how long they try to sell you timeshares at the cruise, or at the, not the cruise, at the resorts. About an hour and a half they do. Build a relationship of trust. They'll understand that I know what I'm talking about. Oh, wait. Go over a consultation for about an hour and a half. And in that consultation, we're able to build a relationship of trust. And they'll understand that I know what I'm talking about. And we were able to do 2 properties, 2 pieces of land, and a trust deed to help start that path down to their goals. If you're looking for the same success in real estate, I'd love to hear from you. This was on a YouTube video. No, it's been taken down now. The plaintiffs are all victims of this fraudulent scheme. Uniformly, we claim that inducements of Alex Nickel are identical to those which they encountered that lured them to listen and go to the buying summit. Each plaintiff believed and relied upon the stuff that they were hearing. They appeared to be a relationship of trust established with their purported expert consultants. This video merely reaffirms a fiduciary relationship had been created. Generally, after each plaintiff and attendee had purchased properties at the buying summit, they were further lectured to at the buying summit. Oh, here we go, Vail. Here we go, Bud Lethbridge. Oh boy, here we go. This is the guy who owns Vail Corporate LLC, aka Legally Mine. I don't know, did business as that. Girl, I don't know how it's all connected, but generally after each plaintiff, attendee, victim had purchased properties at this buying summit, they were then further lectured to at the buying summit by defendant Bud Lethbridge, who claimed to own and control defendant Vail Corporate LLC. He told the attendees that in general, lawyers and accountants just didn't understand the concept of asset protection. Lawyers and accountants can't help you. Let me give you legal and accounting advice, Bud would say, they claim in the lawsuit. He said lawyers and accountants just do not understand the concept of asset protection, and each purchaser of property at the buying summit needed to purchase another, more expensive Vail Corporate asset protection package. This included the creation by Vail of an unlimited number of unlimited number of corporate and business entities for life. Oh my God. It's blowing my mind how these lawsuits all continue to kind of come back and be similar things. More importantly, he stated that if and when an attendee became a client of Vail Corporate, don't pierce that veil, they would then have an interview with one of the licensed attorneys that worked with Vail to set up a series of limited liability companies. They need all those limited liability companies because they got to put the gold in the pot with the top on it and hide it, remember? Oh boy. They were to set up these limited liability companies in various states, as recommended by these attorneys. Plaintiffs soon became aware that these attorneys were employed at Guardian Law, and they were the primary attorneys who were to recommend the creation of various limited liability companies, which were to hold the various properties that were purchased. Mr. Bud Lethbridge, the owner or whatever of Vail, announced to attendees that if they were a client of Vail and a client of Property Direct, that they would ensure the proper titling of the proper limited liability company, including the expert advice. This was the notification by email. I'm just scrolling a little bit. In every sale of property to plaintiffs by the various specific defendants, Guardian Law drafted the warranty deed to the selling entity and the warranty to the plaintiff with knowledge of the fraudulent markup process. Oh, wow. So the lawyers were in on it, allegedly. Wow. Wow. This is one of the clauses in the contract. Buyer acknowledges he is a knowledgeable and sophisticated investor. So they can't then later sue and say, oh, we were naive. You had to acknowledge that you were sophisticated, capable of evaluating the merits and the risks of the property, and specifically acknowledging this is not a consumer transaction. Oh my God. No prior agreements, guarantees, or warranties. Wow, wow. As part of the scheme, the alleged expert consultations induced many plaintiffs' victims to sign personal guarantees of their loans. to unwittingly sign personal guarantees of their loans, which were otherwise only owing to defendant Cash Insiders or American Cash Fund, by their limited liability Holy this is the worst part of the whole lawsuit so far to me. This is the worst part of the whole lawsuit to me so far. The whole thing, right? The whole thing is that they are being asked to start these companies, these LLCs, because the LLCs are needed to protect your assets, right? To make it harder to get to you or whatever. Well, they would go ahead and get through the whole process. They would buy the house or get a loan for it or whatever. They would take the loan out from these companies. And as part of the scheme, they would still end up being kind of tricked into signing personal guarantees of their loans when their whole purpose of creating these limited liability companies was to protect them from being responsible. Remember, that's what they told them. You got to get an LLC to protect yourself. Afraid of lawsuits, protect yourself LLC. We own the jail too LLC. Bam, thank you to No You Cannot See My ID 1998 for the $5 super chat. Bam also forces all of their stores to use BAM approved. I did see this. BAM approved vendors. Maybe we'll get into some of the contracts for BAM, Bricks and Minifigs tomorrow. Maybe we'll get into some of those, like the franchise agreement that's been filed in court and all that. Bricks and Minifigs also forces all of their stores to use Bricks and Minifigs approved vendors for everything except local utilities. This includes office supplies and furniture. Very interesting. Thanks so much to Savvy Turtle again for the $10 super chat. Thank you. Bricks and Minifigs, FAFY, pay me on repeat, Goodfellas way. What's that mean, FAFY? Put on the hook for everything, including inventory. The franchisees, right? Then 60 to 90 days before defaults come in, steal all the inventory, and then leave you with the bills. Right, because you only have a measly $30,000 worth of inventory in your store or whatever, right? This goes deep, and I have a very strong feeling we have really only very, very lightly brushed the tip of the iceberg. I really do believe. Fell asleep in a sunbeam and lost the plot, LLC. Indeed. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Player Profit. Thank you, Kitty, for the $2. Is it legal for attorneys to act that way at a conference? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I mean, that's if it happened, girl. I mean, I don't know if it happened or not. That's allegations. It just got worse. 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 As a further part of their scheme to defraud, those victim plaintiffs who were induced to use their IRA retirement savings to purchase homes at the buying summit, to be held in a so-called self-directed IRA, were also induced by Vail Corporate, aka Legally Mine LLC, and Guardian Law to pay for the creation of a Utah limited liability company. However, there is no role for a limited liability company when real estate is held in a self-directed IRA. And none of the plaintiffs who conveyed their purchased properties into a self-directed IRA ever conveyed any property into the LLC in which they were induced to create. As a further part of the scheme to defraud, the plaintiffs who were induced to use their retirement savings, to purchase homes, were also induced to purchase from Vail a service for the creation of an unlimited number of LLCs in excess of $6,000, even though those LLCs held no assets and the homes they purchased at the buying summit were actually instead held in a self-directed IRA. Because the homes that were being purchased by these plaintiffs at these buying summits were not in states where the plaintiffs actually lived, it was necessary to hire a property management company. Oh my God. This is a racket if this is true. Once the plaintiffs, the purchasers, returned home from the buying summit, they would often discover from their property management company that a home they had purchased had serious physical defects, including, for example, a bad roof or a non-working furnace. When a property purchaser would complain about the physical defect, remember these are vetted, ready to rent, the defendant, the property management company also is a defendant, would generally offer to provide partial reimbursement for the cost to repair these items. This would be about $1,500 to $3,500. The exact amount that they claim is in the Bricks and Minifigs store of inventory. Oh, $2,500 to $5,000 maybe. We can give you that. These reimbursements were a pre-existing duty of the defendants, but as an essential part of the scheme to defraud, this property management company would exploit the situation and trick plaintiffs and other victims into the scheme and trick them into executing full releases of the entire fraudulent enterprise and document. Oh my God. Whoever thought this up was evil. So something that these people had a duty to do anyway, they would basically make these victims sign away their remedies and their rights to make the fix happen. Even though these people said that they already had the duty to fix the property, they would still charge them to fix the property and make them sign away their rights to sue in the future. Full releases. The releases actually recited defendants' pre-existing duty. Recited defendants' pre-existing duty to have provided rehabbed housing and a rent guarantee. Plaintiffs are entitled to rescission of all contracts, including arbitration agreements, and I agree. Examples of the participation in the affairs of the buying summit. The following defendants are the lending defendants: Insiders Cash, American Cash Funding, American Cash Fund, Screaming Eagle Properties, EZ Street Properties, Patriot Homes, Silver Tie Homes, Malibu Breeze Properties, Front Side Properties, By PD, Rob Lewis, Blair Pullman, Kristen Haskell, because of the close interaction of these endeavors and conspiracy by these entities and individuals, it is not practicable to litigate various portions of these claims alternatively in arbitration in Utah or Michigan. Oh my God. Creative Wealth is another entity. Oh my God. I think we are pulling on a thread. I really do. This reeks of Jayoma LLC, somebody said. Let me see if I can. Now, I searched for Josh Johnson. I don't see him come up anywhere. Lars Johnson comes up, defendant of By PD. Lars Johnson. No Josh. Let's see if Brandon Best. No. And also, you know who's not named in here is the Ammon McNeff. So you know McNeff. So now, the reason that we read that is because Vail Corporate is listed as having had in the past the name Legally Mine LLC. When you type in Legally Mine, what comes up here is Vail Corporate. That's how we got here. In filings that go back at least as far as 2015, there's Bud Lethbridge named by name. Another one is Carl Thurgood. Wonder if he's listed here. No. Just Bud. So Bud Lethbridge, that, you know, and you type in Vail Corporate and it says Legal Stop LLC and Legally Mine LLC. So I don't know to what extent Legally Mine LLC, Vail Corp, Vail Como. I mean, you get a headache even trying to understand it. How many LLCs were in the lawsuit? I think like 20, 22, 21. Shell Games LLC. So to bring it all together, Vail was used to make shell LLCs for these attendees who also bought crappy properties, and then American Cash or other ones. American Cash was one named, yes, put out loans and even offered IRA funds as a means to buy. Well, not offered IRA funds. They were induced to use their own IRA funds or to convert theirs into a self-directed one. Someone needs to find out who set up Crystals LLC. That's a great question, Taylor. Lars Johnson lives in Cedar Hills, Utah. Is that American Fork? Valhalla awaits. They stole them. The IRAs. Let me check and see where this lawsuit stands. What if it got dismissed? Wow. Who knew we were getting into all that today? Not me. I'm going into Pacer now. Vail Corporate. Okay, let's see. Here's the appeal. They stole IRAs from old PayPal. Vail Corporate is now Vail Registered Agent. Oh my God. This is a legitimate Pandora's box indeed. And don't even get me started on all the allegations of the Mormons or the CIA being infiltrated by Mormons, and they're one and the same, but I'll save that for another day. Okay, so minute order. Accepted for filing. Clerk. Okay, appellee respond. Okay, so this is ongoing in the appeals court. The related case is this one. It's the one we just looked at. Now, this law firm is involved in some type of lawsuit against Ammon, I believe. Sumsian Law. They're representing one of the plaintiffs? No freaking way. Okay, let me see. This is the one that was filed. Yeah, that's the one we just read. There's all these restricted documents. December 11, 2025. The court granted defendants' motion to stay, as well as defendants' pending motions. Memorandum support motion to stay. Notice of appeal. I'm just trying to see where this case stands now. It's still ongoing. Okay, hold on. Notice of appeal was filed 2025 September. Motion to dismiss. Where's the order? Motion to dismiss. Motion. Order granting and denying motion to compel arbitration. So they did get compelled to arbitrate. Okay. So this hasn't gone fully up to court. They're kind of arguing on whether it can even be heard in court. The judge is saying it already went up to the appeals court. The appeals court did send it back down to say it needs to go to the lower court on the limited question of whether arbitration clauses can be enforced in the case of a RICO. So that's where it stands now. It's still ongoing. It hasn't been dismissed. Let me see. Vail. If Vail somehow, oh wait, we have Vail's letter to Dole, or we have an email from Vail. Let's see who signed it. Hello again, welcome to Vail. Thank you for your trust and confidence in us. We value your business and already are working hard to ensure that you, your family, and all your own is protected. To get started, complete the steps below. Click here to watch the Welcome to Vail Corporate from Bud Lethbridge. Okay, let me go to see if that's still up. I bet you they took that down too. Welcome to Vail Corporate, Bud. No. Oh, they do got a YouTube channel. Vail Corporate has a YouTube channel. Let's go to it. Girl, no. 14 years ago. The first video ever. Somebody said archive this. Y'all, I'm live. Can someone else do it? Kind of hard to do that. Okay, thank you so much. Lars Johnson does not work for Legally Mine, but because he is an executive at Tax Hive, a major direct competitor to Locally Mine based in the exact Utah market. Oh. Illegally mined, somebody said. Yeah, can the archivist get on it? She's boring me. I'm not interested in her. Okay, let's see. What about Usher's third cousin? Tell me this ain't Usher's third cousin. He even talks like him. Usher. Hi, I'm coming out of Brooklyn, New York. Oh, I didn't even have it up? Oh my God. Hold on. Hold on. Don't worry.
How to formulate the corporations in such a way that you excellent the asset protection and the information they teach you about how to formulate the corporations in such a way that you have total protection and and tax issues and all that. They really did an excellent job with that, and they convinced me to do it. And now that I have done it, I am totally happy with it, satisfied, 100%. The wealth of knowledge that they know. You found out certain information.
I'm looking in the back to see if I see Josh Johnson
get.
or somebody. Okay, he's boring too. These people bore me. These are their videos. Okay, look, this looks like Russ McCamey or something. 14 years ago.
Mark from Dallas, Texas. Vail was huge. I am a very big proponent of CYA, and I couldn't afford to buy the package, but they were able to work with me and work something out to where I could
And gave him a loan.
Afford it, and even deferred the first payment for a little while, which was huge. So now I'll be set up and safe and be able to start doing deals. For me, the biggest thing is safety. Everybody wants to sue somebody, so this protects you. they're very sincere and act like they are very willing to see you successful. So I can't think of a better way to go about it. They're believable.
I wonder if any of the people in this promotional material ended up being people that sued. Should I look up guardian law? They got a YouTube channel, man. Oh, girl, they be making shorts on shorts. Maybe this is a different guardian law. I guess it's kind of a popular name. Oldest. The truth about prenups in Singapore. I don't know about this. I'm going to Legally Mine LLC. Oh my God, my video shows up first. That's funny. There's that LUS video. I need to watch it. Dr. Nacho talks with Dave Gibb. Oh my God, y'all. This is 4 years ago. After Dave Gibb had sued Ammon McNeff. Dental nachos?
I'm ready for our next guest here. So we have Dave Gibbs. Dave, tell us.
Wait, didn't this guy also interview? No, a different guy. Dino Watt.
I like the name of your company, Legally Mine. Tell us what you guys do to help dentists.
Paul, thanks a lot.
Tell us what you guys
as we've said
do.
many times, if we've been on these different shows with you, number one, we focus on asset protection. That to use the laws of the United States to really set you up in a way to take away the motivation of a lawsuit. The motivation would be money. Take that out of the picture. Number one. Number two, work on estate planning. What happens after you pass on?
Wow,
number
Bricks and
three,
Minifigs seems to
the
follow
tax
this plan.
strategies. Obviously, we're going to have the biggest tax hike, or at least that's what we're talking about right now in history. And you can sit back and let it happen. Or you can do something about it.
What I do is we do transitions, and I think this estate planning piece is important because I want to do a show, Dave, about like pretend you won the lottery, you have to sell your practice, and your family can't talk to you. And this is going to be a euphemism for, unfortunately, the other side of life where people have unexpected injuries, death, things like that. Football season's coming up. Remember the movie The Blind Side? Yeah. What's a blind spot that dentists have with this asset protection? Maybe even one that I have, right? You know, you deal with him. What's maybe like a blind spot where people are like, hey, I don't think about this enough. Or you're frequently pointing out, if you don't pay attention to this, you're going to get sacked.
Well,
Lawsuits.
I'd love the analogy. I'm actually heading out to a game here in just a minute.
Okay, just to remind y'all, this man sued Ammon McNeff a few years ago. He sued him over Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. Afraid of Lawsuits LLC, this man, Dave Gibb, claimed he owned. And Ammon basically tried to steal it from him. And this is the guy who had that merchant relationship with whatever it was, Opium Optics, whatever the name of that credit card processing, Orion, whatever it was, the credit card processing company. And Ammon McNeff came through and apparently allegedly stole the company from out from under him and filed fraudulent documents that ended up being settled or something outside of court.
Season here in Utah, I'm stoked about it. But the the thing that I think about when you bring that up is first of all, understand as medical professionals, you have a target on your back. One of the biggest targets out there. The most sued group in the United States are dentists and medical.
I think the most sued group in the United States is YouTubers. Can we get some claps and flowers in the chat for the YouTubers? We are catching strays. All right. We can't even talk. At least dentists are like actually in people's mouths. And so we can't even talk without getting sued.
In general. And so, and a lot of people say, well, I've got that target on my back. Well, what are these targets? Well, we're talking about high risk assets are really the things that you've got to worry about. Number one, that would be like your office, your home, a car. And just understand, guys, a car is a rolling lawsuit waiting to happen. You can go out and hit somebody, hurt somebody, and get sued over that. And it doesn't necessarily have to be you. It could be a family member. It could be your wife. It could be your son or daughter. If you're paying insurance on that car.
Somebody said we're downloading these videos, right? I don't know who we is, but I'm not because I'm live right now. So I can't do that right now.
a down payment on. If you're connected in any way, you're definitely going to get named in that lawsuit once they do a search on that. And that's the reason why it's so important to make sure you put something into place to protect yourself.
I mean, I think you guys, your tax history, we dig into the annoying parts of your life so you can keep it awesome. You can use that. I like catchphrases because that's really what you guys do. You talk about stuff that is not fun to talk about, but when it comes to fruition, whether it's, you know, accidental,
He's so boring. I
unintentional,
can't take
unexpected.
5 minutes.
Tell me a little bit about this. I met you guys at Elijah's great event. You've been sponsors. Somebody reaches
I
out.
met you guys at Elijah's 8th grade event. Okay. Interesting.
Legally Mine. What's the process of working with you guys? What age should people reach out to you at?
Buying
Who do you
Summit.
work with? Give us a little bit about that.
What age should you work
Like
at?
what age or stage should they reach out to you? Is it every age or stage? Is there a certain demographic? Just so my audience understands, hey, this is Legally Mine. When should I reach out to them for help?
Well, you know what's interesting? You talked about it earlier, how you talked about dental school. They tell you everything you need to know, right?
Yeah, right.
No, they obviously that, and everyone understands that. I think you get 1 day on business management or asset protection and so forth in the entire years that you're there. And so when we're looking at, when we go speak, we love to go out and speak to groups of students and go out there and educate them. Now that's not the target market, obviously, because you're not really,
Because they don't have
in the point where
money.
You've got your assets put into place. And as you start to build, but I can tell you this, as soon as you're getting ready to graduate, it's better to put this all into place at the beginning than it is to wait until later on in the practice. A lot of people say, well, I want to build that practice. Well, no, build it right. Can't tell you how many times we have to go back and
Do I have any concern that looking into public records publicly and giving my opinion on public records is going to make BAM come at me? No, I cannot make BAM do anything, and they cannot make me do anything. Number one on the list of the things that they, and nobody, including my mama, can make me do is stop talking about something I want to talk about. And if BAM wants to go toe to toe with me, that would be a very bad decision on their part because I've done nothing wrong. I will win. I will get attorney's fees, and they will look worse. So all the while, they will incentivize me to look further into them so that I can defend myself. And I just don't think so. Also, I haven't accused BAM of doing anything wrong. BRICKS and Minifigs maybe did nothing wrong. I don't know. All I'm doing is a live investigation. Okay, that's all I'm trying to do. So no, I'm really not worried about them coming after me because I haven't done anything wrong. If they do want to come after me, they can learn how it feels to lose. What's this? Les Sliger, 15 years ago.
Have you ever been threatened by a lawsuit?
Yes.
Have you ever worried about losing everything that you've worked your entire life
Yes.
for? Just because of something that happened to one of your tenants on one of your properties?
No, not
Do you
that.
feel like you're paying too much in taxes? Maybe you
Yep.
could use a few more tax breaks?
Uh-huh.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Les Sliger. I'm with Legally Mine. I'm
Hi.
excited to tell you that on Monday, May the 9th, 2011, at 6 p.m., I will be speaking covering these issues and how to
2011.
deal with them at the RIA of Washington monthly meeting. I'm looking forward to seeing you there.
That was his edit.
Several years ago, USA Today polled some young people and asked them how they were going to get rich in their lifetime.
I'm not.
The answers may surprise
That
you.
gives people something to come
First,
after.
they said that they were going to inherit it from a rich relative.
No, I ain't
Second,
getting no inheritance.
They said they were going to win the lottery.
I ain't doing
sure,
that
no,
either.
we
I
all
don't
believe
gamble.
that, right? Third is the scary one. They said they were going to win a big lawsuit. Now, maybe this can explain why 5% of the world's population lives in the United States and 94% of the world's lawsuits are filed right here in the United States.
Oh, God.
Is that alarming? It better be. Who are they looking for? They're looking for those people who are either successful or
Ben Schneider. They're looking for Ben Schneider. They're looking for Brian Mansell. They're looking for YouTubers who are talking about the truth or their opinions.
to be successful, which means it could be you. So please go to www.
I don't want to go to that, to be honest. Steve Comer. Oh, another Comer. We had Mark Comer. Asset protection for medical professionals.
70% of people had to pay. Now, as medical professionals, you've got a 50% chance or greater of being sued during your career, well, actually during your lifetime.
It's that same
So if you
lady
got a
from the dental
50% chance
conference.
of being sued and a 70% chance of losing, these are not good odds. I don't like those odds. You shouldn't like those odds, and you don't have to live with those odds.
Wait, I want to
Time. So if you got a 50% chance of being sued and a 70% chance of losing, these are not good odds. I don't like those odds. You shouldn't like those odds, and you don't have to live with those odds. We can beat the odds, and I'm going to teach you how tonight. I'm going to show you five
key
strategies. They come together like a beautiful puzzle. We're going to use uniquely structured entities. A lot of what we're going to talk about is not the gospel of Madeline Lewis. I'm going to show you strategies that the Supreme Court themselves have backed.
Madeline Lewis. Legally Mine. Madeline Lewis. Legally Mine. Is this how you spell it? Lewis? Rogers Group, Madeline Lewis, Michael Ship. Aspirant Consulting Group. Alleged violation of confidentiality, non-disclosure agreement. Rogers Group, a company that provides policy drafting services, consulting, training, management services to public safety agencies, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. Rogers Group. Okay, I don't think this is it. I don't know if that's Madeline Lewis or not, girl. What did we get into today? My God. Well, I'm like about good and brain dead at this point. I'm feeling like my head is buzzing. Thank you, Bryce, for the $1.99 super chat. American Fork does cover Cedar Hills. Do they have, that's what I'm wondering. I want to go back now and look into the BAM, the Bricks and Minifigs origin story that Ammon tells. And I want to really get back into that story. I want to go through his old interviews again and really try to get to the bottom of how the company was actually formed, how he ended up with it, because we did get the owners still being on the hook for the loan, the first founders, all that yesterday. At this point, my brain is just spinning. I like can't even honestly think a thought straightforward anymore. I need to take a break. But I'll be back on here tomorrow for sure. I sometimes take Fridays off. I'm gonna be going a few more hours tomorrow, and still that's gonna leave a lot more that needs to be discussed. Thank you for the $39.99 as well, Trail Treats. But I'm gonna go now, and we're gonna be back at it tomorrow. Okay. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty. I'm not accusing anyone of any crimes. Please don't contact anybody I've mentioned in these videos for any reason at all, including especially to send hate. And if y'all do, I'll testify against you. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.